Chapter 363. Let me fight him. I will assume that this is your first time here since I don't recognize you, so give me a minute to explain to you the rules. The judge said to him. 1. You cannot use any treasures. 2. Under any circumstances, if you leave the arena, it will be your loss. Anything else goes. Since I cannot use my treasures, will there be weapons provided to me? I usually use a sword or dagger. Yuan said. I don't mind if he uses his treasures. Long Yanjun suddenly said. Are you sure? The judge asked him for confirmation. If that's what he's comfortable with, I don't mind. It wouldn't be fair to him if he cannot fight without his weapons. The judge nodded and said, okay, you can use your treasure. Wait, you're going to be fighting me with your fists? But that wouldn't be fair at all. Yuan said. Long Yanjun laughed and said, don't worry, my fists are my treasure. They won't lose to even heaven-grade treasures. Even if you say that, it just doesn't feel right fighting someone bare-handed with a weapon. It's okay, I will eventually have to learn how to fight without my weapons since I shouldn't rely on them too much. Yuan said, refusing to use his treasures. Are you sure? Long Yanjun asked him, admiring his strong integrity. I am sure. Yuan nodded. Good. Then I shall let you have the first strike. Long Yanjun said to him before standing there in a defensive position. Go ahead. I won't attack you unless you strike. Yuan nodded, but he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he pondered how he should fight Long Yanjun. After a moment, he thought of something. I can simply use Qi manifestation and use it as though it's my weapon. He thought to himself. I'll be striking now, Yuan warned him since he was kind enough to give him the first strike. Go ahead. Long Yanjun said with a confident smile on his face. After taking a deep breath, Yuan used Qi manifestation and covered his fist with thick spiritual energy. What? How can you use Qi manifestation at that level? Long Yanjun was shocked when he saw what Yuan was trying to do. The spectators were also shocked. Both Yuan and Long Yanjun have their cultivation limited to the first level of Spirit Master, and although they have seen geniuses who can use Qi manifestation before Spirit Grandmaster, they were always around the peak of Spirit Master. This is their first time seeing someone use Qi manifestation at the first level. Heavens! How does he have the spiritual energy to use Qi manifestation at the first level? This guy is a monster. Where on earth did he come from? There's no way such a talented individual is a nobody. Meanwhile, Yuan used a movement technique to instantly close his distance with Long Yanjun. Fast. Long Yanjun crossed his arms and prepared to block Yuan's strike. Boom. Fuck. Long Yanjun cursed out loud as he was sent flying out of the stage. Before Long Yanjun left the stage, both his arms had been completely crushed by Yuan's casual and even somewhat inexperienced punch, but after he left the stage, his injuries immediately healed, almost like his injury never happened in the first place. Once he was outside the stage, Long Yanjun's peak spirit lord cultivation base returned, allowing him to regain control over his own body. What a powerful punch. He looked at his arms that were trembling from shock. He then turned to look at Yuan and clasped his hands together. I had underestimated you. I'm sorry. It's my loss. He defeated Long Yanjun in a single strike. Even though it was a free attack, it is still shocking. Long Yanjun has a 90% win rate with over 1,000 victories and only 100 losses. The spectators saw Yuan in a more serious light now. Do you wish to stay on the stage for another fight? The judge asked him afterward. The fight ended too fast. I'd like to do another one. Yuan said. Okay. Then who would like to fight this young man next? The judge looked at the spectators. Immediately, over a dozen people raised their hands. I want to fight him. No, let me fight him. Pick me. Pick me. The judge looked at Yuan and asked him, you can pick your fighter. Pick me, young man. I also use the sword. One of the fighters there said, and he was emitting the aura of a peak spirit king. Really? Yes. Really. Look. This individual then retrieved a red sword that was emitting a profound aura that could only be emitted by divine-grade treasures. Okay. Let's fight. Yuan nodded with excitement. Hearing Yuan's words, this middle-aged man with the red sword jumped onto the stage. My name is Xing Chongji. The middle-aged man introduced himself with his hands clasped. Yuan. Then for this match, the both of you can use your treasures. The judge said. Xing Chongji is fighting next. Although he only has a win rate of 70%, all of his losses don't include the sword. When he wields his sword, his win rate is 100%. This is going to be an interesting fight. Do you think Yuan will win? Wang Xiuying asked Meili as they watched from the background. I have never seen his sword skills, so I cannot say. However, Xing Chongji is a renowned sword expert who learned sword aura when he was only 700 years old. He's definitely one of the best sword masters in the ancient dragon city. 700 years? What is this sword aura, and why does it take so long to learn? Wang Xiuying asked. Sword aura isn't something you can just learn, and you cannot learn it through normal means like other techniques because it's not really a technique. One can even go their whole life without learning sword aura if they're not talented enough or destined to. Meili said. Wow. That sounds quite incredible. Wang Xiuying said as she looked at Yuan, wondering how hell defeats someone who knows such a powerful skill. Chapter 364 Royal Family's Secret Child. Take out your sword. Xing Chongji pointed his red sword at Yuan with a confident smile on his face. Yuan nodded and retrieved his Empyrean overlord, shocking the spectators. Is that? That's a soul weapon. He has a soul weapon. The spectators immediately recognized the Empyrean overlord as a soul weapon despite its lack of aura, or perhaps that's how they knew it was a soul weapon right away. I didn't recognize it because of the chaotic situation at that time, but to think he has a soul weapon as well. Meili mumbled in a slightly surprised voice. As well? Does this mean you also have one? Wang Xiuying asked her. Yes. It's our family heritage that was left behind by our dragon ancestor. It's a powerful spear that is rumored to have the capabilities to pierce even the heavens. Meili nodded. On the stage, after his initial surprise, Xing Chongji smiled and said, a soul weapon, huh? I'm envious. Are the two of you ready? The judge asked them. Ready when you are. Xing Chongji said to Yuan. I am ready as well. Then the match begins now. I'm going to bet 10 spirit stones on Xing Chongji. One of the spectators suddenly said. I'll bet 15 on that young man. 50 for Xing Chongji. 25 spirit stones for Xing Chongji. The spectators began shouting out their bets, with most of them betting on Xing Chongji's victory, which wasn't too surprising due to his perfect win rate when he wields a sword. Furthermore, Xing Chongji knew sword aura, something that could be used even as a spirit master. I will bet 1,000 spirit stones on Yuan. A clear voice suddenly resounded, causing the people to turn to look at this person who dared to bet such a large amount. Princess Shi. You think this young man is going to win? One of them couldn't help but ask her. Not really. I'm just hoping for a miracle to happen, she said with a calm smile on her face. Meanwhile, on the stage, Xing Chongji suddenly released his sword aura, filling the area with a domineering pressure. The audience was immediately awed by Xing Chongji's sword aura. Wow! How long has it been since I last saw Xing Chongji's sword aura? I have seen it many times now, but it still leaves me speechless. As expected of a sword master. Even though he's not directing the sword aura at me, I can still feel as though there are invisible swords surrounding me. Sword aura, huh? Yuan was pleasantly surprised that his opponent knew sword aura too. You're not the only one who can use sword aura. Yuan said with a smile on his face before releasing his own sword aura, immediately colliding with Xing Chongji's sword aura. What? Impossible. The first to express her shock and disbelief was Meili. If she remembers correctly, Yuan mentioned that he was only 18 years old. How could someone comprehend sword aura at such a young age? It took Xing Chongji 700 years to understand sword aura, and he was considered a top genius with the sword. I really don't know what to say besides. As expected from the one who released all 9 pillars of light. Meili mumbled in a low voice. Meanwhile, the other spectators were shocked speechless, and they could feel invisible swords touching their neck after Yuan released his sword aura, which was clearly more devastating than Xing Chongji's sword aura. On the stage, Xing Chongji stared at Yuan with a gawking look on his face, looking like he was looking at ghosts for the first time in his life. How old are you, again? Xing Chongji decided to ask him, completely forgetting about their match. I'm 18 years old, Yuan responded. 18 years old. And when did you learn sword aura? A little over a week ago, I guess, Yuan said. Why you learned sword aura a week ago? And it's already this powerful? Xing Chongji's body trembled after hearing Yuan's words. It was at this moment he realized that his 100% win rate was in jeopardy. How could he possibly fight against someone who has managed to learn sword aura a few hundred years faster than he did? Not to mention Yuan's sword aura was already stronger than his own despite knowing it for only a mere week, whilst he has known sword aura for many centuries. It's okay. His sword aura may be more powerful than mine, but when it comes to techniques, I should still be superior. Xing Chongji thought to himself. Indeed, Xing Chongji had guessed correctly. Whilst Yuan was a monster when it comes to comprehension, he was still too young and inexperienced compared to Xing Chongji, who has thousands of years of experience under his belt. Therefore, while Yuan was unrivaled in terms of raw strength, his technique was a bit lacking. Here I come. Xing Chongji immediately used his movement technique to close the distance whilst swinging the red sword in his grasp in a swift and precise manner. Yuan also used his movement technique to dodge the incoming strike before retaliating with the Empyrean Overlord. Bloody sword strike. Yuan swung the massive sword as though it was as light as a feather. I cannot block that with my sword. Hell send me flying. Xing Chongji could instinctively tell that he wouldn't be able to withstand the might of Yuan's sword and didn't even bother to block it, using his effort to dodge it instead. Clang! The stage shook when Yuan's sword slammed onto it, and to his surprise, there was not a single dent on the platform. What is this platform made of? It's like steel. Yuan cried inwardly, feeling his entire body tremble from the impact, even almost losing grip on his sword. Xing Chongji noticed that this was his chance to strike and immediately went for Yuan's neck. Oh! When Yuan saw Xing Chongji suddenly appear in front of him with the red sword already in motion and heading towards his head, he subconsciously activated Dragon's Gaze at its full power, taking Xing Chongji by surprise and instantly halting his movements. Seeing this, Yuan ignored the numbing sensation in his arms and swung the Empyrean Overlord, separating Xing Chongji's head from his body in a split second. The audience gasped in shock after they witnessed this unexpected outcome. However, what surprised them the most was the technique Yuan had just used, as it caused their dragon bloodlines to react in a manner that was similar to awe and reverence. Impossible. How does he know that technique? Meili exclaimed in a shocked voice after seeing Yuan use Dragon's Gaze. The Dragon's Gaze is one of the most powerful techniques for dragons. However, it's not a technique that could be learned just by any dragons. In fact, only dragons of royal blood can learn this technique. Did he just use Dragon's Gaze? The other people there were also in disbelief. I think he did, he's from the royal family. But I have never seen him before. Don't tell me that he's the royal family's secret child. The audience immediately began to speculate about Yuan's background. A few moments after Yuan killed Xing Chongji, he reappeared outside the stage still with a dazed look on his face, almost like he was still under the effects of the Dragon's Gaze. Chapter 365 Human. Xing Chongji, are you okay? The judge for stage 7 patted him on the shoulders when he showed no response even many moments after leaving the stage. What happened to me just now? Why am I standing outside the stage? Xing Chongji finally snapped out of his daze and proceeded to look around with a puzzled look on his face, clearly unaware of what had just occurred. You were killed by the young man. The judge revealed to him. What? How is that possible? I was pretty sure I had him at that moment. Xing Chongji expressed disbelief. In his mind, had successfully connected his strike, killing Yuan. Nobody there blamed him for his reaction, as it was a normal response for someone who'd just experienced the dragon's gaze at point blank. The judge shook his and began explaining everything that had happened, shocking him even further. Dragon's gaze? What? Xing Chongji turned to look at Yuan, who was still standing on the stage, with a flabbergasted look on his face. You are part of the royal family? Xing Chongji asked him, as everyone knew that only the royal family could learn such a profound technique. No. Yuan said. You're not? Then how did you learn the dragon's gaze? That's something only the royal family can learn. Xing Chongji and the other spectators only became more puzzled after hearing his words. However, before Yuan could respond, Meili suddenly said, he's from the royal family. Both Yuan and Xing Chongji turned to look at Meili, and on Yuan's face was a surprised look. Since when did he become part of the royal family? Yuan, just follow along with me for now. I'll explain to you later. Meili's voice suddenly resounded inside Yuan's head. Yuan nodded while looking at her before clearing his throat and speaking out loud, that's right. I am actually from the royal family. I wasn't sure whether I should reveal my identity or not before. The spectators gasped in shock after learning this. To think the royal family had a third child. He may be from the royal family, but he isn't related to our royal family in the way you're thinking. Meili suddenly said, clearly that misunderstanding. What? The spectators' thoughts went wild with theories, and they could only think of one thing after pondering for some time, that Yuan had married into the royal family. In other words, he was Meili's husband. See, congratulations, Princess Shi. The people there suddenly bowed to her. Meili raised her eyebrows, wondering what they were thinking. You have finally found your partner after 10,000 years. Congratulations. The spectators congratulated her again. What? Meili's eyes widened with shock. How in heaven's name did they get to that conclusion? That's wrong. He's not my husband. We're just friends. Meili refuted their claims with a flushed face. And she continued, furthermore, he's a human. Wait. What? He's a human? How is that possible? Everybody there turned to look at Yuan with shocked looks on their faces. How the hell did a human appear in their ancient dragon city? And how could a human belong to the royal family? Nothing about his background made sense. His situation is a complicated one. Do you guys remember the 9 pillars of light that occurred not long ago? He was the one who released all pillars of light and summoned the dragon ancestor. Meili revealed to them the truth. What? He's the one who was behind that. A mere human? A commotion quickly started in the ancestral dragon temple. Yuan wasn't sure what was happening, so he said, are we still fighting? The judge snapped out of his daze and said, all right. Does anyone still want to fight him? The spectators exchanged glances with each other. After a moment of complete silence, a dozen people raised their hands at once and said, I want to fight him even more now. I have never fought a human before. Me too. Let me fight him. Since there were so many people that wanted to fight Yuan, the judge decided to ask him again. I'll fight until I can no longer fight, Yuan said. Great. Then let's start with you. The judge randomly pointed to one of the spectators with his arms raised. A moment later, the fighter appeared on the stage with a lance in his grasp. What kind of weapon is that? It looks like a spear, yet the head looks slightly different. Yuan wondered to himself as he held the Empyrean overlord in front of him. The fight started after the judge left the stage. Bloody sword strike. Dragon Lance. Ding. The fighter could feel his arms shaking violently after their weapons collided. What a powerful attack. It feels like I am fighting against a mountain. The fighter cried inwardly as he slid backward on the stage until he was at the edge of the stage. That was close. I shouldn't fight him head-on. He's too powerful. With that in mind, the fighter started to dodge all of Yuan's attacks while retaliating with his lance that had an advantage in range due to the long handle. However, even with the range advantage, the fighter was unable to land a single hit on Yuan due to his profound movement technique. What kind of movement technique is he using? He's leaving a trail of flames as he moves, and I cannot predict his movements at all. It's probably some profound human movement technique we have never heard about before. The spectators were mesmerized by Yuan's movement techniques, completely unaware that Head learned it from a phoenix. After a few minutes of fighting back and forth, Yuan finally managed to defeat the fighter after taking him by surprise with his movement technique that had suddenly improved drastically, almost as if he had a breakthrough in the middle of the battle. Your comprehension for Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens has reached a new level. Vermilion Phoenix dominating the heavens mastery level 1, 2. Chapter 366 Staring Contest. After defeating the fighter with the lance, Yuan proceeded to fight the other participants that wanted to fight him, and because of his profound movement technique that only got more ridiculously hard to predict after his skill had reached a new level, none of his opponents was able to even touch his shadow, leading to Yuan's victory inevitably. Is there anyone else that would like to fight me? Yuan asked with his body soaked in sweat as he defeated his 30th opponent in a row, setting a new record at the Ancestral Dragon Temple. Fuck. Is he really human? Where does he get his stamina from? The dragons there refused to believe Yuan was a human. In their minds, humans are weak and fragile existence that cannot hold a candle against dragons, yet it was the complete opposite with Yuan. Where did this human come from, anyway? The dragons were filled with questions but had no answers, and they didn't want to stick their noses into the royal family's business too much. A few moments went by without anyone appearing on the stage. I guess this is it, Yuan said, feeling very satisfied, as Head gained a lot of experience through so many battles just now. However, right as he prepared to leave the stage, someone said, "I'll fight you next." A figure suddenly jumped onto the stage from afar and stood before Yuan with a bright smile on her face. She Meili? Yuan raised his eyebrows when he saw the dragon princess standing on the stage. She wants to fight him as well? Look. Princess, she wants to fight him next. Oh. This is going to be exciting. The spectators were immediately filled with anticipation after seeing this matchup. By now, pretty much everybody in the Ancestral Dragon Temple was watching their fight, leaving the other stages completely empty. I just couldn't hold my excitement back after seeing you fight and defeat so many people, so I decided to fight you as well, Yuan. I hope you don't mind. She Meili said to him. I don't mind. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Yuan. However, I will admit that I won't be able to defeat you in a normal fight, so let's do something different in this match. She Meili then said. Something different? What do you have in mind? Yuan tilted his head slightly. Dragon's Gaze. We're going to see which of us can use Dragon's Gaze better. Like a staring contest. How does that sound? She suggested. You can use the Dragon's Gaze as well? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, as this was a pleasant surprise. Of course. The Dragon's Gaze is a technique taught to everybody in the royal family. She Meili nodded, and she continued. It is one of the most ancient techniques out there for our dragon race, and it was created during the primordial era. I know this may be unfair to you, who has only lived for 18 years while I have almost 10,000 years of experience with the technique, but I really want to see how powerful your dragon gaze is. I don't mind it. I also want to see your dragon's gaze. Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Great. Then at the count to 3, we'll both use dragon's gaze simultaneously. Whoever is overwhelmed first will be the loser. Judge, you will do the counting. She Meili said. I understand, Princess Shi. Ready when you are, Yuan. I am ready. The judge began his count to 3 once both of them were ready. 1, 2, 3. On 3, both Yuan and Meili activated Dragon's Gaze, and their eyes immediately glowed gold. Whoosh! A massive pressure suddenly enveloped the place, causing the spectators to take steps back and away from the stage. Not bad, Yuan. Meili said with a smile on her face as she stared at Yuan directly into his eyes. However, this isn't my full power. Meili increased the intensity of her dragon's gaze, and the pressure grew stronger. Yuan could immediately feel goosebumps appearing all over his body, yet there was a smile of excitement on his face. I am also just getting started, Yuan said as his golden eyes glowed more brightly. The spectators took a couple more steps back. Ha ha ha. Not bad. Not bad at all, Yuan. Meili suddenly started moving, slowly approaching Yuan with small steps. The world around Yuan suddenly grew darker and darker, and Yuan felt like cowering as Meili approached him, but had managed to fight back his fear. Then, he also started to move forward. Meili was shocked inwardly when Yuan did the exact opposite of what she expected. What a powerful mental strength he has. He actually dares to approach me even though he's clearly afraid. Meili's blood that had been calm for many thousand years suddenly began boiling with excitement. She wanted to see the limit of this human. The two of them continued to walk closer to each other, quickly closing their distance. A few moments later, they both stood directly in front of each other with their faces only a couple of inches away from each other. The spectators swallowed nervously when they saw this. Even though they were not clashing treasures or displaying flashy techniques, their match was more exciting and nerve-wracking than any of the matches that had occurred today. Yuan, if you can defeat me, I'll consider marrying you. No, I'll marry you. Meili suddenly said with a relaxed smile on her face, shocking the spectators. However, Yuan was too focused on resisting her dragon's gaze to hear her words. After standing so close to each other for about a minute, blood could be seen flowing from Yuan's nose, clearly reaching his limit. Meili didn't say anything when she saw this and continued to increase the strength of her dragon's gaze. A few moments later, blood flowed from Yuan's eyes, looking like he was crying blood. Yuan could feel pain all over his body, like it was being crushed by an unrivaled force. Despite this, he refused to give up and continued to fight Meili's dragon's gaze with his dragon's gaze. Chapter 367 Returning to the Dragon Palace. Cough. After resisting Meili's dragon's gaze for another minute, Yuan suddenly turned his head to the side and coughed up a mouthful of blood before closing his eyes and losing consciousness. When she saw Yuan's body beginning to fall, Meili quickly used her slender arms to catch his body, hugging his body afterwards so that he didn't fall. Yuan. Wang Xiuying rushed onto the stage with a worried look on her face. He's okay. He only sustained minor internal injuries and lost consciousness due to the tremendous stress his mind had endured. His injuries will heal once he leaves the stage, but he'll probably remain unconscious for a little bit longer. Meili said to Wang Xiuying to calm her down. Meili then carried Yuan like a princess and said, I'll cut our tour today short and bring him back to the Dragon Palace with me for now. Thank you all for your time today. Meili said to the spectators and the fighters before flying away while carrying Yuan in her arms and Wang Xiuying with chi manifestation. The people in the ancestral dragon temple remained still and silent for a good moment even after Meili and the others left. Sometime later, someone said, I'm exhausted, even though I didn't fight anyone today. I think I'll go home for today. Once one person spoke, the others also began snapping out of their days. You're right. I need some good rest after today, me too. Thus, everyone left the ancestral dragon temple shortly after, leaving the ancestral dragon temple completely empty for the rest of the day, which was an extremely rare sight. On their way back to the dragon palace, Meili stared at Yuan's peaceful sleeping face their entire way there with a profound look on her face, looking like she was in deep thoughts. Even though I am well aware that Head managed to reveal all 9 pillars of light, his talents still shock me. Meili mumbled in a low voice. Just what is his background? It's simply unbelievable that someone like him exists in the lower heavens. Do you have any ideas? Meili turned to ask Wang Xiuying. Wang Xiuying shrugged and said, he's as much of a mystery to me as he is to you. I also have no idea about his identity. We encountered each other by chance, and I have been following him since then out of curiosity. I see. Well, I won't dive any deeper than this. Sometime later, they returned to the Dragon Palace. What happened? Who did this to him? The Dragon Emperor was immediately enraged when he saw Meili bring back Yuan in such a state, looking like he was prepared to kill someone. Well, I did this to him, Meili said with a somewhat blushing look on her face. What? You? Why? What happened? The Dragon Emperor was greatly taken aback when he learned that it was his own daughter that had injured Yuan. Calm down, father. Let me explain, Meili said, and she proceeded to explain to him the situation and how everything occurred. I had a match with him, and I wanted to test his limits. After explaining everything to the Dragon Emperor, he sat down with a look of disbelief on his face. He also knows dragon's gaze? How is that possible? The Dragon Emperor mumbled. Anyways, I am going to let Yuan rest in his room for now, Meili said. Sometime later, Meili placed Yuan on the bed before returning to the Dragon Emperor's side. Father, I have a question, Meili said to him with a serious look on her face. What is it? He looked at her with raised eyebrows, as she rarely shows such an expression. What do you think of a dragon and a human being together? Meili asked. Huh? What do you mean by that? The Dragon Emperor didn't immediately comprehend her question and asked her. Marriage. What do you think of a dragon marrying a human? Meili asked again, this time making it crystal clear. Marriage? What kind of question is this? Wait. Don't tell me you're... The Dragon Emperor's eyes widened with shock when he realized her reason for asking this question. Don't tell me you're interested in him? He asked for confirmation. Meili nodded and said, I am considering it. What made you pick him? The Dragon Emperor asked her with a profound frown on his face, yet he didn't immediately refuse. Is it because of his talent? His strength? Or is it just because of the fact that he's a human? A little bit of everything, she replied with a slight smile on her face. In terms of talent, he's above everyone in this world. Although his experience is somewhat lacking, he's definitely a fast learner. Furthermore, he has this unique aura around him, this charisma that is quite attractive. Oh, he's also very handsome, Meili said. You're really serious about this, aren't you? The Dragon Emperor said with a pondering look on his face. Meili nodded. I sat through countless arranged marriages, meeting countless men over the last few thousand years, but alas, none of them could make my blood boil the way Yuan did today on the stage. I understand that he appears to be an excellent partner, but you just met him not long ago. You're barely acquainted, much less friends, the Dragon Emperor said. And how is that any different from the people you've arranged for me, huh? I don't even know them at all, Meili refuted. The Dragon Emperor was rendered speechless after hearing her words. Indeed, his logic was flawed. After pondering for a moment, he said, You're right about that. However, he's not from our world, and he won't remain here forever. Once we find a way to help them return to where they came from, that'll be the end of you and him. It was Meili's turn to become silent now, as her father was right about this one. Yuan won't be here forever, which will make their relationship complicated if not impossible. Chapter 368 First Defeat. Well, if he cannot stay here, how about I just follow him outside? Meili suddenly suggested. I have always been interested in the outside world, anyway. You want to go outside? Are you crazy? The humans will hunt you for your blood. It's too dangerous. The Dragon Emperor immediately refused. That's only what our ancestors taught us, but they have also never been to the outside world before. If there are humans like Yuan and Wuxia outside, I don't think it'll be that bad. After a moment of silence, the Dragon Emperor said, "Unfortunately, that's impossible, not because I don't want to let you go outside with him. Your cultivation base is simply too high to follow him back to the lower heavens, where Spirit Grandmaster is the limit. You're simply asking to be punished by the heavens for doing so." "Oh, right. He's from the lower heavens." Meili sighed, completely forgetting about that for a second. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's room, Wuxia checked his pulses just to make sure he was okay. "Seeing him sleep like this, he really reminds me of you, Tian," Wuxia said as she stared at Yuan's sleeping face with a somewhat dazed gaze. The more she looked at Yuan, the more she felt like she had seen him before. NNN. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes slowly. "Where am I?" he mumbled in a dazed voice. "Oh, you're awake, Yuan. We're at the Dragon Palace in your room. Meili took us back after you fell unconscious during the match." Wuxia explained to him what had happened. "I see. So I lost the match, huh?" A smile on Yuan's face as he realized the situation. "This was my first time losing a fight," he sighed in a somewhat bitter voice. Losing felt much worse than had expected, especially since it's his first defeat. "I wouldn't really call that a fight. And your opponent has 10,000 years more experience than you. It's only obvious that you wouldn't be able to defeat her no matter your talents," Wuxia said, trying to comfort him. "I guess you're right." Yuan nodded. "Wait right here. I'll go to Meili to let her know that you're awake," Wuxia said before leaving the room for a few minutes. Meili, she was very strong, stronger than anyone I have ever fought before," Yuan mumbled as he stared at the ceiling with a dazed look on his face. Sometime later, Wuxia returned with Meili and the Dragon Emperor. "Are you okay, Yuan? Are you hurt anywhere?" Meili asked him. "I am fine," he said. "Anyways, you really surprised me, Yuan. You're only 18 years old, yet your comprehension for the dragon's gaze is already as strong as mine." Meili immediately praised him afterward. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuan's face. "As strong? That's not true. I was completely defeated by your dragon's gaze." "Yuan, if you don't mind me asking, where did you learn the dragon's gaze? And how long has it been since you learned it?" The dragon's gaze is a secret technique only available to the royal family. The Dragon Emperor suddenly asked him. "Oh, I learned it from the Great One. And it was probably around a month ago when I learned it," he said. "The Great One?" the Dragon Emperor exclaimed. "1 month?" Meili was shocked for a different reason. To think Yuan could comprehend the dragon's gaze to such an extent in a mere month whilst it took her thousands of years to reach her current level. The disparity was too large. "Can you tell me more about it? How did you learn it from the Great One?" the Dragon Emperor continued to ask. Yuan nodded and explained to him how he learned it from the Tablet of Comprehension, where he met the illusion of the Great One. "I understand it, but I cannot believe it. The Great One is teaching the secret technique to random people? Just what is he thinking?" The Dragon Emperor could feel a headache coming. It would be a disaster if their secret technique was revealed to the public, but luckily for them, according to Yuan, only 2 people have learned the dragon's gaze, and he was one of them. Is it really that bad if an outsider learns the technique? Yuan couldn't help but ask them. The Dragon Emperor nodded and said, "Since ancient times, only the royal family can use the dragon's gaze, and it's already well established that whoever learns the dragon's gaze is royalty in the dragon race. If someone who isn't part of the royal family learns this technique, it'll create massive confusion and chaos amongst us, the dragons. There are multiple royal families out there, and we're just one of many. Although we don't really care that much about an outsider learning the technique since we're in this isolated world, the other royal families in the upper heavens may not react so kindly to an outsider learning their technique, something they are extremely proud of." Meili added, "They consider the technique as sacred as their bloodline, as both of them were given to them by the dragon ancestor. In other words, you shouldn't use your dragon's gaze so lightly, especially in front of other dragons. I see. I didn't know about this since the Great One never told me about it when I learned the technique. Yuan said. Anyways, there's nothing we can do about it now that you've learned the technique. Just make sure you're not around dragons when you use that technique, as it will definitely cause misunderstandings. The Dragon Emperor said to him. I understand. Yuan nodded. Of course, if you marry someone from the royal family, you'll be considered royalty, allowing you to use the technique as much as you wish. Meili suddenly said, clearly suggesting something here. Of course, Yuan was too innocent to pick up the hint and said, marriage? As in husband and wife? But I don't think it's right to marry someone just to use a technique. Meili smiled after hearing his words. I think so too. Chapter 369 Dragon Meets Skewer. Anyways, it's not like we're telling you to never use the dragon's gaze ever again. Just make sure you're very careful when using it, as it will definitely offend the other royal families if they learn that an outsider had learned their sacred technique, said the Dragon Emperor a few moments later. I understand. I will be careful. Yuan nodded. Now, regarding the teleport formation that will bring you back to the lower heavens, I have found a way, but we will need some time to prepare. The Dragon Emperor suddenly said. Does this mean we can return to our own place? This is great news. Wang Xiuying quickly said. Yes. However, it will still take around a week. That's fine. As long as we return before the event ends. Yuan said. Sometime later, the Dragon Emperor left the room and returned to prepare for their departure. What do you want to do now? Meili asked them afterward. Do you still want to look around the city? Or do you want to do something else? I still want to look around, Yuan said. Okay, but you only have 1 week, so we won't be able to see much. Maybe you'll come back next time for much longer. At that time, I will show you around the entire ancient dragon city. Meili said to him. Even if I want to come back, how can I do that? Yuan asked. I don't know, but if you've already managed to come here once, you'll definitely find yourself here a second time. I believe in fate, and if you're fated to return, you'll definitely return. If that happens. A mysterious smile appeared on her face. Yuan nodded, okay. Go get some more rest. Well, go back to touring the city tomorrow morning. Meili also left the room shortly after, meeting her father at the teleport formation outside the ancient dragon city. I have decided, father. Meili said to him. On what? He raised his eyebrows. I want marry Yuan now. However, if he manages to return to this world for a second time, I will marry him. Meili said. What kind of decision is that? You'll marry him if he returns for a second time? Do you really think he'll be able to return here for a second time? If he was destined to come here before, he's already fulfilled his fate in this world, which means he no longer has a reason to return here. The Dragon Emperor said. If fate allows it, he will definitely return. I also have this feeling that this won't be my last time seeing him. Meili said with a confident smile on her pretty face. Even if he is fated to return in the future, who knows when that will be? It could be 10 years from now. It can even be 10,000 years from now. We will never know. The Dragon Emperor said. So what? We can live up to tens of thousands of years with ease because of our bloodline. The Dragon Emperor shook his head in a defeated manner. Do as you wish. You'll probably forget about him in a few hundred years, anyway. The Dragon Emperor shrugged. Do you want to make a bet with me on that, father? Meili suddenly asked him. A bet? Interesting. Tell me more. He said. 1,000 years, if he doesn't return in 1,000 years, I'll marry someone on your terms. Meili then said. Why, you're serious about this? The Dragon Emperor looked at her with wide eyes. Does it look like I am joking with you, father? Meili responded with a solemn look on her face. And if he returns before the time limit of 1,000 years, I will have to let you marry him without any complaints, right? The Dragon Emperor then spoke. Meili nodded, that's right. Very well. I will accept your bet. The countdown will start once he leaves this world. Is that okay? Meili asked. I am fine with that. Great. Then it's decided. Meili then turned around and returned to the Dragon Palace with a cheerful aura around her, leaving the Dragon Emperor speechless. She really likes him, huh? The Dragon Emperor shook his head with a bittersweet smile on his face before returning to focus on the teleport formation. The next day, after eating the breakfast cooked by Meili, Yuan went into the game to have his second breakfast for the day with the royal family. Are you two ready for another day in the city? Meili asked them with an energetic aura around her. I am. Yuan responded with a similar aura around him. Yes. Wang Xiuying also nodded, albeit a little less excited when compared to Yuan. Thus, Meili brought them around the city again. However, she didn't bring them towards the ancestral dragon temple this time. Instead, she brought them to multiple restaurants, showing off their dragon's cuisine, as she knew how much Yuan loved food. This is our famous dragon meat skewer. Try it. Meili handed each of them a skewer. Dragon meat? Both Yuan and Wang Xiuying looked at her with wide eyes. Isn't this considered cannibalism if they eat their own kind? Meili noticed their weird gazes and laughed. Don't worry, it's not actually dragon meat. I mean it is, but it's not the type you're thinking of. Oh, they took a bite a moment later. Wow. This is so delicious. Yuan immediately claimed, feeling the meat melt in his mouth before exploding with flavor and spiritual energy. Wow, the texture is heavenly. It doesn't feel like I am eating meat at all. I wonder if this is what it would be like eating clouds if we could eat them. Wang Xiuying said as she finished the entire skewer in just a few seconds. Can I have some more? She then asked. Me too. I also want some more. Yuan said. Are you sure? We finished breakfast not long ago. Meili chuckled before asking for a couple more skewers. Chapter 370 Spirit Stone Cave. Here you go, Princess Shi. These are on me. The man selling these skewers said to her. After handing the skewers to Yuan and Wang Xiuying, Meili handed a spirit stone to the man and said, Don't worry about it. My friends enjoyed it, so I will pay for it. You can keep the change as well. Thank you very much, Princess Shi. The man gladly accepted the spirit stone. After eating the skewers in a few minutes, Wang Xiuying said, That pretty stone you just gave the man as payment, it's called a spirit stone, right? I have seen them before, but I never understood them. Just where do people obtain them? Or are they like treasures, something you find naturally in the wild? You don't know where spirit stones come from? Hee hee. Then I know exactly where to bring you tomorrow. Meili said with a smile on her face. As for your question, I shall wait until tomorrow to answer it. For now, let's just continue what we're doing. Wang Xiuying nodded, but her curiosity piqued. Thus, Meili continued to show them restaurants and different foods. By the end of the day, they had eaten so much that dinner wasn't necessary. In the real world, Yuan asked Meili, What are the other participants doing now? The same as usual. They're trying to reach the Mystic Pagoda while improving their cultivation at the same time. Some people have reached the place, but none of them have been able to open it. Meili said. And she continued, In fact, the participants that have arrived at the place seem to have stopped fighting each other to try and open the Mystic Pagoda together. So they're working together to open the Mystic Pagoda, huh? Even though I somehow managed to open it, I still don't understand how. Yuan suddenly stopped speaking as he realized something. Wait a second. The demon said the Empyrean Overlord used to belong to the Lord, who is the master of the Mystic Realm and the Mystic Pagoda. Maybe that's the key to opening the Mystic Pagoda? That does make sense. Meili said. Anyways, I should be returning to the mystic realm soon. The Dragon Emperor found a way for us to return, but it'll take at least a week. The following morning, after breakfast, Meili said, Dr. Wang has sent me the menu. I will be going shopping in a bit. Oh. What's on the menu? Yuan then asked. Dr. Wang told me to keep it a surprise for you, she said. Yuan smiled and said, I can't wait. Sometime later, Yuan entered the game whilst Meili dressed up casually before going outside. Luckily for Meili, there was a large supermarket only a couple of blocks from their apartment, making shopping easy and convenient. An hour later, she returned to the apartment. Meanwhile, inside the game, Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed Meili. So, to answer your question from yesterday, there are a couple of ways spirit stones are created. Meili said as she escorted them to this isolated area. 1. Spirit stones can be created naturally like minerals and gems. Meili pointed to the cave in front of them and continued, that is a spirit stone cave, where spirit stones can be mined. This is the most common way people get their spirit stones. Normal people cannot access this area, but because my family owns the spirit stone cave, I can show you the inside in a moment. Another method is to create them by yourself, but this method is incredibly uncommon and almost nobody does it. Wait a second. Create them by ourselves? Does this mean we can also make spirit stones? Wang Xiuying asked. That's right. Cultivators can make their own spirit stones. Meili nodded. What? That means unlimited money. Why is this method uncommon? It should be the most common. Wang Xiuying exclaimed. After all, who wouldn't want to be able to make their own money? That's a no-brainer. Meili chuckled and said, because it requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy and effort to make even a single spirit stone, and cultivators would rather use that energy and time to increase their cultivation. How much effort and time are we talking about? Wang Xiuying then asked. Let's see. As a spirit warrior, it'll probably take you a couple of weeks to create a single spirit stone, and during these few weeks, you would not be able to progress your cultivation because you'll be using all of your spiritual energy to create the spirit stone. Do you understand why it's such an uncommon practice? Meili said. I see, but what about the cultivators at the top? Surely, they can make spirit stones much faster. They can. In fact, a spirit grandmaster can make one spirit stone a day, but like ID already said, it's not worth it, as they'd rather use that time and energy on improving their cultivation. Yuan then said, if I remember correctly, a single spirit stone is worth about 10,000 gold. Although that may seem like a lot to us, for a spirit grandmaster, that's probably nothing, but I could be wrong. No, you're right. Meili said. A single spirit stone may be worth a lot in the hands of a mortal, but for a cultivator at that level, it's worth nothing, as the resources they need to improve their cultivation are worth tens of thousands of spirit stones if not hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Do you understand now? Meili asked Wang Xiuying. She nodded, yes, I understand. Thank you for the explanation. Great. Then let me show you inside the spirit stone cave. Follow me. Meili said to them. Greetings, Princess Shi. The guards standing in front of the spirit stone cave greeted her, and they were both emitting the power of a spirit king. Hello. I would like to show my friends around the spirit stone cave since they have never seen it before. I hope you don't mind. Meili said to them. Of course not. Please, take as much time as you need. The guards opened the doors for her with smiles on their faces. Chapter 371 Beef Stew. Follow me. Meili said to the two of them before walking into the cave that was brightly lit despite having no obvious sources of light, almost like the walls themselves were glowing. The cave was incredibly long, as they'd walked for over 10 minutes without seeing anything. How deep is this cave? Wang Xiuying couldn't help but ask. A few thousand miles, I guess, she casually responded. What? That's incredibly long. How is that even possible? Do not underestimate spirit stone caves. Each of them is incredibly spacious but only contains a few 100,000 spirit stones, and if you mine them all, it will require 100 years for them to return. Meili said. Did you realize that the spiritual energy in here is vastly different from the outside? This is a special type of spiritual energy that gives birth to spirit stones. If you ever come across this kind of spiritual energy, make sure to look around, as there will be a spirit stone cave nearby, and those are worth a fortune, so make sure you remember this feeling. Meili said to them. Wang Xiuying and Yuan nodded before engraving this spiritual energy into their heart. Hopefully, they'll run into a spirit stone cave of their own one day. About half an hour later, they could finally see some spirit stones, and they were sticking out of the wall like crystals. Wow, so this is what spirit stones look like in nature. How cool. Both Yuan and Wang Xiuying stared at them as though they were fascinated. We make sure to leave some behind so that they can regrow in the future. They can regrow? They looked at her with raised eyebrows. Meili nodded and said, as long as we don't mine everything, they will eventually grow back. Though, that will take at least 100 years. Anyways, this is the furthest we should go. But it's not because we cannot be there. It's simply because there won't be anything to see unless we travel a few 100 miles out, which could take hours, and I don't want to waste your time. Meili said. And she continued, if you really want to see it, just imagine a large chunk of spirit stones stuck in the wall. Do you have any questions? Wang Xiuying then asked, does mining a larger chunk of spirit stone increase its effectiveness? Why do I only see spirit stones the size of a pebble? Great question. There's actually a reason why they're so small and not bigger, and it's simply because having a bigger size doesn't mean it'll have more spiritual energy. A fist-sized spirit stone and a pebble-sized spirit stone will have the same amount of spiritual energy, it's just how the heavens made it work. However, that doesn't mean you can make the spirit stones extremely small, as spirit stones will lose effectiveness if they become too small. After millions of years of practice and experience, the cultivators have figured out the perfect size for spirit stones, and that has become the standard. I see. Sometime later, they left the spirit stone cave. What should we do now? Yuan asked her. There's nothing to do besides looking around the city. Meili said. Then what do you normally do? Wang Xiuying asked her. I train, all day. I rarely go outside, she said, surprising them, as she looked like the type that really enjoyed going outside. In fact, I haven't explored the city like I have with you guys for many years. If I ever go outside, it would be to fight the others at the ancestral dragon temple. It sounds boring, right? But I really love training and improving myself. Meili said with a smile on her face. I see, since this is such a rare chance, let's go look around the city some more, Yuan said to her. Okay. Meili nodded with excitement. Thus, they made their way towards the city and began another round of exploration whilst trying new food whenever they would encounter them. Time passed extremely quickly, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, it was already dark. Yuan logged off the game after eating dinner with the royal family. The moment Yuan logged off the game and returned to his room, a strong and rich aroma assaulted his nose, making his mouth immediately salivate. Wow! What an amazing smell! What could Meili be cooking? Yuan wondered inwardly, his imaginations running wild. Sometime later, Meili entered his room and helped him sit up on the bed. What's for dinner? Yuan quickly asked her. Beef stew, she responded in a calm voice. And she continued, although it's still somewhat like soup, there are large meat chunks in there, and it comes with rice. As long as I can chew on it, I won't complain. Yuan said. Give me a moment. Meili then placed a blanket in front of him just in case any food was to fall, and she proceeded to feed him beef stew. This food is amazing. The meat is tender, like that dragon meat skewer I had not long ago. I didn't know you were such a good cook. Of course, your soup tastes good too, but this is a different level. Yuan praised her after a single bite. Thank you, Meili said with a slight smile on her face, as she couldn't help but feel happy after hearing his praises, especially when she'd worked her butt off during training to reach this level. After dinner, Meili asked him, how do you feel? Well, to be completely honest, I am not full. However, the food was great. Yuan said. Not full, huh? Well, this is what Dr. Wang advised, but I will let him know that you're not full. By the way, for reference, how much do you think you can still eat? I can probably eat 2 to 3 more meals of this size no problem, he said. Tea that much? Meili looked at him with wide eyes. Fortunately, they have plenty of money from selling the treasure, or it would be a struggle feeding him. Okay. After dinner, Meili relayed the news to Dr. Wang. Of course, Dr. Wang wasn't surprised that the meal wasn't enough for Yuan, as had purposefully made it so that Yuan wouldn't be full so that his stomach would adapt to the new diet. Continue feeding him this amount for the next 3 days, then you can slowly increase the amount. Dr. Wang instructed her over the phone. I understand. Thank you, Meili said to him. The following morning, Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed Meili around the city again. And in the blink of an eye, another day passed. The 3 of them continued this until an entire week had passed. The teleport formation should be ready in 3 days. The Dragon Emperor said to them. 3 days, huh? What do you guys want to do? Continue looking around the city? But we've looked at pretty much everything. If only you guys had more time here, we could have gone further. Meili asked them. This may sound weird, but I'd like to practice my dragon's gaze with you. Yuan suddenly said, dumbfounding her. Chapter 372 Training with Meili. Why you want to practice dragon's gaze? With me? But it's dangerous doing it outside the ancestral dragon temple. Meili said to him, worried that she might permanently injure him. Yuan said, that's right. You're more experienced with the technique, so I figured you can give me some advice. Furthermore, during our match, it felt like I was understanding more about the technique just from looking at your eyes. As for injuring me, you don't have to worry about it. It'll be fine. Well, I don't mind, Meili said. Yuan then turned to look at Wang Xiuying and said, what about you? Don't mind me. I will be watching you in the background, she said. Sometime later, they arrived at the courtyard. I don't really know what kind of advice I should give you, so let's just use dragon's gaze on each other like we did during our match and see if you can understand anything from it. Meili said to him. Yuan nodded. Let's start slow. Meili then stood about 10 meters away from him. We're going to slowly approach each other like previously. Ready when you are. I am ready, Yuan said. Then we'll use our dragon's gaze on the count of 3, 2, 1, go. Whoosh. A profound pressure immediately enveloped the courtyard when Yuan and Meili's dragon's gaze collided, giving Wang Xiuying a nostalgic feeling. However, this time, she made sure to stand all the way back where the pressure didn't affect her as much. A few moments later, once they were feeling a little comfortable, Yuan and Meili began approaching each other. And with each step they took, they increased the strength of their dragon's gaze. Before they knew it, both of them were standing directly in front of each other again, silently staring right into each other's eyes like they wanted to see their soul. Since this wasn't a match, Meili didn't try to overwhelm Yuan, and she merely matched his strength, perhaps even slightly above him. A few minutes later, Meili asked him, well? Are you improving? Can you increase the strength of your dragon's gaze some more? You don't have to go easy on me, Yuan said to her. After a moment of silence, Meili suddenly increased the strength of her dragon's gaze. Although it wasn't quite as powerful as it was during the match, it was pretty close, and it was just enough to not injure him and enough to make him feel pressured. Yuan quickly began sweating under Meili's powerful dragon's gaze, feeling as though there was an almighty being staring down at him as though he was an ant. A few minutes of pure silence later, once she Meili noticed Yuan reaching his limit, she closed her eyes and said, "Okay, let's take a rest here. Any more and you might suffer internal injuries, which is devastating for any cultivator." "Okay." Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to sit down in the lotus position and closed his eyes, recalling everything he had experienced just now. An hour later, once they had recovered, Yuan and she Meili returned to their training, and they would continue this until the day ended. The following day, they also continued to do the same thing. On the third day, Yuan took a seat in the middle of the courtyard and closed his eyes to recall everything he's learned for the past 2 days. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying and the royal family watched him in the background. "What do you think? After 2 days of training, how is his progress?" The Dragon Emperor asked Shi Meili. "To be completely honest, he's terrifying, his talents. He absorbs all experience like a sponge absorbing water and greatly improves in a short time. I was able to see a clear difference and improvement in his dragon's gaze after every practice session." Shi Meili gave her judgment. "If he continues to practice the technique, he'll most likely surpass me very soon. If only he wasn't born a human but a dragon instead. What a pity." Shi Murong sighed in a truly regretful tone. There's nothing wrong with being talented as a human, as talents don't favor a certain race. In the outside world, there are plenty of humans with talents that surpass even your father and me. The Dragon Empress spoke with a solemn expression on her face. Sometime later, a profound aura surrounded Yuan. When the royal family saw this, their eyes widened with shock. Enlightenment. He's experiencing enlightenment. Shi Murong exclaimed in a baffled voice. "Shut your mouth. Don't you dare disturb him." The Dragon Empress immediately slapped the back of his head while lecturing him. "What's an enlightenment?" Wang Xiuying asked in a whispering voice. Enlightenment is a trance-like state where your mind and heart becomes crystal clear to focus on one thing, whatever caused the enlightenment. Shi Meili explained. And she continued, when that happens, one will improve drastically at whatever they are trying to gain enlightenment on. For example, Yuan's probably having enlightenment about the dragon's gaze. Once he's done, his understanding and mastery of the technique will improve drastically. I see. How long do enlightenments usually last? The Dragon Emperor said, it depends on the complexity of whatever he's having enlightenment about. If it's a simple technique, he can be done in a matter of minutes. However, if he's having an enlightenment about something complex, like dragon's gaze, he could be in that state for days if not weeks. Weeks? Wang Xiuying exclaimed in a low voice. What will happen to the mystic realm? And it's not like she could take him out of enlightenment. Don't worry, we have already prepared the teleport formation, so you can leave whenever. It doesn't have to be today. If you want, you can even return by yourself first. He can follow you after he's done. The Dragon Emperor said to her. However, Wang Xiuying shook her head and said, no, it's okay. I will stay here until the very last minute. We came here together, so we'll leave together, at least we'll try. Chapter 373 The Real Player Yuan. I will stay here to watch over him. You guys can leave. Shi Meili volunteered to stay behind even though that wasn't necessary. However, she wanted to be here when he woke up so that she could congratulate him. Are you sure? This will take some time. We can simply block access to this area so that nobody could disturb him. The Dragon Emperor said to her. Yes, I want to stay here. Shi Meili nodded. Do as you please. The Dragon Emperor left with the others shortly after. What happened to her? It's like she's obsessed with him. The Dragon Empress asked her husband after they left, as she was unaware of the bet he made with Yuan. She likes him. The Dragon Emperor said with a slight smile on his face, and he continued, and she wants to marry him. What? Everybody there turned to look at him with wide eyes filled with shock, especially Wang Xiuying and Shi Murong. She wants to marry that human? A dragon with royal lineage? That's blasphemy towards our bloodline. Shi Murong exclaimed, clearly disapproving of her decision. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying wondered what would happen if a player marries an NPC. There are plenty of players out there that are currently in a romantic relationship with an NPC, so I guess marriage isn't too far-fetched. She thought to herself. I think it's cute. The Dragon Empress said, and she continued, I couldn't care less if she wants to marry a human or a dragon. I only care about one thing, his qualifications. And from my understanding, Yuan is more than qualified to join our royal family. Why you too, mother? Shi Murong looked at her with disbelief. Anyways, it's her decision, and I will respect it. The Dragon Empress said. Then she looked at Shi Murong and said, if you have a problem with it, why don't you confront her about it? I would rather not. Shi Murong responded in a reserved voice. Despite being the older one, he feared Meili a little, especially whenever she's angry. Sometime later, the royal family returned to their business whilst Wang Xiuying returned to her room before logging off. Since it's going to take some time before he wakes up, they'll take a small break from the game and help Grandpa out at the hospital. Wang Xiuying mumbled to herself after leaving the game. After stretching her body, Wang Xiuying left her room and went downstairs to watch some television. In this day and age that's dominated by video games, it was only natural for television to be heavily involved with video games. In fact, the most popular channels in the world are gaming channels that talk about the current trends and whatnot for certain video games. Let's see if there are any new trends for. Wang Xiuying went to the channel that was dedicated to news. Today, we will be interviewing one of the players in who claims to be player Yuan. The speaker on the television spoke while a young man wearing a black mask sat beside him. Wang Xiuying immediately raised her eyebrows after seeing this player Yuan, who was obviously a fake. Another one? How many people have come forward as the real player Yuan now? I have already lost count. These people clearly know he's a fake, yet they are still giving him a spotlight. What are these people thinking? Wang Xiuying shook her head. Because of player Yuan's fame and the fact that nobody knows his real identity, it was only natural for people to try and claim they were player Yuan and steal his fame, but alas, not a single person has managed to prove themselves to be the real one despite dozens of people coming forward as the real one. Tell me, and the audience watching this, why should we believe you when you claim to be player Yuan? What kind of proof can you provide us that proves you're the real one? And if you are indeed the real one, why have you suddenly decided to reveal yourself after remaining low-key for so long? The man with the black mask then spoke in a confident voice, I simply got bored of hiding, so I decided to come out of hiding. As for whether I have proof or not, of course, I have proof. Why else would I come all the way over here? The presenter then said with a stiff smile on his face, you sound so confident that I am already starting to believe you. And he continued, let's start with the easy questions first. Why did you decide to play Cultivation Online? Because I was bored. What cultivation are you currently in Cultivation Online? First level Spirit Master. How old are you? 18 years old. What are you currently doing in the event known as Mystic Realm? Nothing too crazy. I'm just farming some magical beasts for points. Why have you refused to come out despite so many offers to reveal your identity? I was skeptical of them, and I still am. Wang Xiuying shook her head again. This is all common knowledge by now. What a waste of time. Ever since Yuan's age and cultivation level was revealed right before they entered the Mystic Realm, it was spread throughout the internet like wildfire. Many people couldn't believe how far ahead he actually was compared to the top players, much less the average players, and even more people were shocked by his young age. After asking player Yuan a dozen useless questions that didn't directly prove that he was the real player Yuan, the presenter then said, this is all for today. Follow us on the next episode tomorrow for more proof. Find out whether he's really player Yuan or just another phony tomorrow here, Cultivation Online Daily News. What an idiot. Wang Xiuying closed the television afterward, no longer feeling any will to continue watching. Guess I'll go to the hospital now and see if Grandpa needs any help there. Thus, she took a few minutes to prepare herself before leaving the house. Chapter 374 Not Logging Off. After arriving at her family's hospital that was owned by Dr. Wang Xiuying went to look for her grandfather. "Grandfather, do you need any help around here?" she asked him. What happened to your game? I thought you were going to take the entire month off due to some massive event." Dr. Wang looked at her funny, especially when she was so excited not too long ago. "Well, something happened, and I have some free time, so I figured that I'd come here and help out in the meantime," she said. "I see. But I don't really need any help today. You can try asking the other nurses." After a moment of silence, Wang Xiuying spoke. "Grandpa, you visited Yuan recently, right? How's he doing? Considering how his family kicked him out, I'm kind of worried." "The young master? He's doing perfectly fine," Dr. Wang said. "Perfectly fine?" Wang Xiuying raised her eyebrows. "Yes. I even decided to change his diet, so he's no longer just eating soup for every meal." "Oh, that's great. By the way, do you think I can go visit him at his new place?" she suddenly asked. Why? "It's been a while, that's all. And I feel like speaking to him." Dr. Wang pondered for a moment before speaking. "I will have to ask them for permission before I say anything." "That's fine." Dr. Wang called Meili shortly after, but nobody picked up, so he left her a message about Wang Xiuying wanting to visit. Meanwhile, Wang Xiuying went to help out the others in the hospital. It wasn't until after Meili logged off the game to prepare dinner that she saw Dr. Wang's message. "Wang Xiuying wants to visit us." Meili raised her eyebrows. "I will ask him when he comes out of the game." She texted back to him. "Okay. Thank you." Dr. Wang responded a minute later. However, Yuan didn't log off that night, missing his dinner. He must be busy inside the game. Once Meili realized that Yuan was most likely going to stay inside the game for the night and miss dinner, she wrapped his food and placed them inside the fridge. Meili wasn't too worried initially since this wasn't his first time forgetting to log off. However, when Yuan didn't log off for the second and a third day, she grew increasingly worried that something might have happened to him. She wanted to forcefully take him out of the game to ask him what was happening and why he hadn't logged off for so many days, but Shed resisted her urges, as she was worried that he might be doing something incredibly important in the game that wouldn't let him log off for whatever reason. Furthermore, she has been checking his pulses just to make sure he was still alive and well. If only I could see what he's doing." Meili sat on the floor beside the bed and rested her head on it. "I haven't cooked or done anything in 2 days. It's a new record," Meili thought to herself. It was at this moment her phone rang. She looked at the caller. It was Dr. Wang. "Are you okay? It's been 2 days since you texted me. Did you forget or something?" Dr. Wang asked her through the phone. "Sorry, it's not that. Yuan, he hasn't logged off the game yet," she revealed. "What? How is that possible? It's been 2 whole days. That can't be healthy," Dr. Wang said. "I would go over there now to check his condition, but I have an important meeting in a few minutes, so if you don't mind, I will send my granddaughter over to check his condition." "Don't worry, you can trust her skills," Dr. Wang said. "Okay." Meili quickly agreed. She knew that Yuan and Wang Xiuying were on good terms, so he most likely wouldn't mind her visiting, especially if it's for a valid reason. Furthermore, Yuan told her that he was with Wang Xiuying inside the game, so maybe she knows something about his situation. I'll send her the address right now. The connection closed shortly after, and Dr. Wang immediately contacted Wang Xiuying and told her about the situation. Yuan hasn't logged off for 2 whole days and Meili is worried? "Okay, I will immediately go there now." "What's the address?" Wang Xiuying spoke with a serious look on her face. Although she was initially happy that Dr. Wang told her to visit Yuan, her excitement quickly subsided after hearing about the situation. After receiving the address, Wang Xiuying grabbed her tools and made her way to Yuan's apartment. This is where he lives now? Wang Xiuying raised her eyebrow at the apartment before her. Sometime later, she entered the elevator and went to the 17th floor. Wang Xiuying stood before 17F a moment later, and she knocked on the door. Hello. It's me, Wang Xiuying. Meili opened the door a few moments later to let her inside. I'll save the greetings for another time, Meili. Where's Yuan? Wang Xiuying asked her. Here, Meili led her into Yuan's room. Wang Xiuying didn't say anything and immediately checked his pulse. His pulses seemed perfectly fine. Wang Xiuying released a sigh of relief after confirming that he wasn't in danger. So did he tell you what he was doing the last time you spoke to him? Do you know why he hasn't logged off? Sometimes I also lose track of the time and stay inside the game for longer than I would like. However, 2 whole days is a little too much, especially since he knows that you'll be cooking food for him. Wang Xiuying said. I was hoping you could answer that question. Meili said to her. What do you mean? Wang Xiuying tilted her head. Meili took a deep breath and said, he told me that the two of you were playing together, so I was hoping you know why he's not coming out. In her mind, Yuan's well-being was more important than his identity in a video game, so if she had to reveal his identity to make sure he was okay, she would do it without any hesitation. Furthermore, Wang Xiuying is Dr. Wang's granddaughter and Yuan's #1 fan, so Meili felt that she could trust her with Yuan's identity. Chapter 375 Before Sunrise. Huh? What do you mean I'm playing with Yuan? Wang Xiuying's head remained tilted in a puzzled manner. The person I am playing with currently is. Wang Xiuying's eyes suddenly widened when she realized what Meili was trying to tell her. She then slowly turned her head to look at Yuan, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed with the console on his head. Although the console was blocking half of his head, she could still see some resemblance between Yuan and Yuan. Are you telling me that Yuan is player Yuan? Wang Xiuying asked her for confirmation, as she was in disbelief. Meili nodded silently. So he knew this entire time who I was? Wang Xiuying mumbled in a low voice. To think she'd been playing with her #1 idol, Yuan, this entire time without being aware. And she even saw his face. What a blunder on her part. Please keep this a secret between us, Wang Xiuying. We cannot risk his identity being leaked outside, hence why he didn't tell you. Meili said to her afterward. Don't worry, I won't tell a single soul. I promise. Wang Xiuying quickly said after snapping out of her daze. Meili nodded, I trust you. Anyways, now that I know Yuan is player Yuan, I understand why he's like this. Wang Xiuying said. And she continued, he's currently in a state of enlightenment, and I was told that he wouldn't wake up until he finishes. Enlightenment? How long will it take before he wakes up? Meili asked. Wang Xiuying sighed and said, I was told it could take days, even weeks. Weeks? Meili exclaimed. A few days were already unreasonably long, much less a couple of weeks. Can one even survive that long without eating? Don't worry, Meili. I know what you're thinking, but there have been plenty of people out there who have remained inside the game for over a week without any problems. Wang Xiuying said to her. Even if you say that, I cannot let him stay inside the game for so long. I don't want anything to happen to him. Meili said, as she couldn't help but worry about it. Wang Xiuying nodded and said, I think so as well, so let's give him 1 or 2 more days to leave by himself before we forcefully wake him up. And she continued, I will monitor him inside the game and you will monitor him here. Okay. Meili nodded. Sometime later, after making sure that Yuan was completely fine and healthy, Wang Xiuying left the place and returned home. Player Yuan was Yuan all along? I still cannot believe it. Wang Xiuying laid on her bed and stared at the empty ceiling with a dazed look on her face for a very long time. Sometime later, she entered the game and went to the courtyard behind the royal palace, where Yuan was still sitting in the lotus position with his eyes closed. Sitting a few meters away from him was Meili, who was staring at him with a profound expression, her thoughts unknown. A few moments later, Wang Xiuying took a seat beside Meili. Meili remained still, almost like she didn't notice Wang Xiuying sitting beside her. "He's Yuan." Wang Xiuying thought to herself as she gazed at Yuan's handsome face. After a minute of silence, Meili suddenly said, "I really like him." "Huh?" Wang Xiuying turned to look at Meili with a surprised look on her face. Meili acted like nothing was out of the ordinary and continued in a calm voice, "He's the only person that has managed to pique my interest so much. Even now, I cannot take my eyes off him. What about you? Do you like him as much as I do?" Meili suddenly asked, dumbfounding her. Wang Xiuying then turned to look at Yuan and spoke with a smile on her face, "I really admire him." Admiration? Meili finally turned to look at her, as she was surprised by Wang Xiuying's answer. Wang Xiuying nodded and said, "He, at a very young age, was able to impress and influence many people with his talents, and I was one of these people that had influenced." "His talent, huh? I kind of understand that feeling, as he has also influenced me just by showing off his talents." Meili nodded. Wait a second. I thought you didn't know him, since you said that you'd followed him on a whim." Meili suddenly realized this. An awkward smile appeared on Wang Xiuying's face, and she said, "Well, yeah. That's what I thought at first, but it appears that I have known him for quite some time now." "Sorry, but I don't understand." Meili said. "It's fine if you don't understand, since I am also trying to wrap my own head around it." The two of them returned to being silent shortly after, and they continued to stare at Yuan with a silent gaze and their own thoughts. At the end of the day, right as Wang Xiuying prepared to log off the game, she noticed that the aura around Yuan was beginning to change. "What's happening to him?" She couldn't help but ask. Unbelievable, however, Meili didn't respond and only mumbled with a look of disbelief on her face. Did something happen?" Wang Xiuying became worried. "No. It's just that he's already reaching the end of his enlightenment. At this rate, he'll finish before sunrise," Meili said in a nervous voice. "It's only been 3 days since he started his enlightenment for the dragon's gaze, a deeply profound and complex technique for dragons, and he's already reaching the end. I can only describe his comprehension talents as godlike. For comparison, when I had an enlightenment of the technique, it took me 3 months to finish my enlightenment." 3 months? Wang Xiuying looked at her with wide eyes, as she cannot imagine anyone sitting there without moving for so long. Chapter 376 Mastery Level 3. I will be right back," Wang Xiuying said to Meili before logging off the game and picking up her phone. "Hello?" Meili quickly answered the phone after seeing Wang Xiuying's name as the caller. "Hey, Meili, great news. I think Yuan will be done by sunrise," she relayed this news to her. "Really?" Meili asked. "Yes, and I will stay inside the game tonight to let him know about the situation." "Thank you very much, Wang Xiuying," Meili said to her. "Don't worry about it. I am only doing what's natural. Then I'll speak with you again later." After hanging up, Wang Xiuying went back into the game and waited for Yuan to finish his enlightenment with Meili by her side. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's mind, he could only see a pair of golden eyes staring at him from a distance that grew closer the longer he stared at it. This pair of eyes resembled Meili's eyes, but it also gave him a feeling of the Great One. Although Yuan was not aware of it himself, he has been staring at this pair of eyes for the last 3 days inside his mind. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Your comprehension for Dragon's Gaze has improved tremendously from enlightenment. Your comprehension for Dragon's Gaze has reached a new level, Dragon's Gaze Mastery Level 2, 3, Dragon's Gaze, Rank, Ancient, Mastery Level 3, Description, a technique created by the Great One. A single gaze will cause immortals to bow and the heavens to tremble in fear. Used by royal families of the dragon race. After the notification resounded, the pair of golden eyes inside Yuan's mind slowly closed itself before disappearing. Yuan slowly opened his eyes afterward. Congratulations on your enlightenment, Yuan. She Meili greeted him with a bright smile on her pretty face. She Meili? Did I just experience another enlightenment? He mumbled in a dazed voice. Another enlightenment? Why am I not surprised that this isn't your first time? She Meili said with a bittersweet smile on her face. How long has it been in that state? Yuan asked. However, before She Meili could answer that question, Wang Xiuying stood up and approached him with a serious-looking expression on her face. Wang Xiuying? What's the matter? Yuan asked her in a somewhat nervous voice because of the way she approached him. Yuan, or should I call you Yutian? Wang Xiuying said to him. What did you just call me? Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he heard his real name come out of Wang Xiuying's mouth, or at least that's what he thought he heard. I know the truth, Yutian. To think you were player Yuan all along. I feel foolish for not recognizing you earlier. Wang Xiuying sighed. How? How did you find out? Yuan asked her. Did she finally recognize him from his appearance? But even if he looked similar to his appearance in the real world, she didn't have solid proof that they were the same person. And judging by the way Wang Xiuying is speaking, it sounded like she was absolutely confident about his identity. As much as I hate to admit it, I didn't find out by myself. It was Meili who told me. Wang Xiuying said. What? Meili told you my identity? Impossible. Yuan became even more shocked after hearing this, feeling a little betrayed that Meili would reveal his identity to someone, even if that person was someone he trusted. And this made him feel extremely uncomfortable for some reason. Do you have any idea how worried Meili was because of you? Wang Xiuying then said. What? Seeing Yuan's puzzled face, Wang Xiuying decided to reveal everything to him. You have been in enlightenment for 3 whole days, Yuan. That means you haven't logged off for 3 days. What? When Yuan realized the situation, his heart immediately sank. Had been inside the game for 3 days straight. No wonder why Meili would be worried. And because she had no idea what you were doing, she told me the truth about your identity. I was also very worried at first when I learned that you haven't logged off for 3 days. I even visited your apartment to check your condition. Heavens! I will be right back. I need to speak with Meili as soon as possible. Yuan said to her, and without waiting for a response, he immediately logged off the game. She Meili was left speechless by their confusing conversation just now, but when Yuan disappeared, her questions also disappeared, almost like she suddenly forgot about them. Meili. Yuan called for her the moment he returned to the real world. Yuan. You're finally back. Meili released a deep sigh of relief after hearing his voice again. I am so sorry. It was never my intention to stay inside the game for so long. I had another sudden enlightenment, which completely screwed with my sense of time. Yuan explained to her why he didn't log off for so long. It's okay, you don't have to say anything. I have already heard of your situation from Wang Xiuying. I am just relieved that you're okay. Meili said to him. Even if you say that. I am really sorry for making you worried. I would be lying if I told you that I wasn't worried, but thanks to Wang Xiuying for telling me the situation, it wasn't too bad. Sometime later, once they calmed down, Meili said, now it's my turn to apologize. I promised to keep your identity a secret, yet I revealed your identity to Wang Xiuying. I am sorry, what are you talking about? You had a legitimate reason to do so. Although I felt a little betrayed at first, I didn't know anything at that time. Just know that I don't blame you at all, Meili. Yuan said to her. Okay. Meili said. A few moments later, Meili asked him, how is your body feeling right now? Do you feel hungry? It's been 3 days since you last ate, after all. Now that you mention it, I do feel a little hungry. I will go cook something right away, Meili said before going outside to prepare for his breakfast. Chapter 377 Golden Dragon Robe. After cooking more breakfast than she's supposed to because Yuan hasn't eaten anything in 3 days, Meili slowly fed Yuan. Sometime later, after breakfast, Yuan said to Meili, I should be returning to the mystic realm today. Then, he returned to the game whilst Meili cleaned the dishes. Welcome back. Wang Xiuying said to him. I'm really sorry for the trouble I have caused you too, Wang Xiuying, Yuan said. Don't worry about it anymore. We're already long past that. Anyways, the teleport formation is ready, and we can return to the mystic realm whenever we want. Yuan nodded and said, give me a few more minutes here. He then turned to look at Meili and said to her, thank you for your hospitality and for training me. Meili smiled and said, you can thank me by coming back here in the future so that we can play together again. There's still a lot of places I want to show you in this world. I would love to return to this place again, but since I came here by accident, I believe that you'll return to this place again. If you came here once, you'll definitely come here a second time. Meili said to him. Yuan nodded. Let's go see my father so that he can activate the teleport formation for you. Yuan and Wang Xiuying proceeded to follow Meili to see her father, the Dragon Emperor. What? You're already finished with your enlightenment? As expected, the Dragon Emperor was greatly surprised to see Yuan awake so quickly. After his initial surprise, the Dragon Emperor brought Yuan and Wang Xiuying to the teleport formation, the same one they came to this world from. It was very nice meeting the two of you. It's like a breath of fresh air in our monotonous life. The Dragon Emperor said, and he continued, if you ever have the chance, you should come back. I will try. Yuan nodded. Good. Then stand on the teleport formation. The Dragon Emperor instructed them. Yuan and Wang Xiuying followed his instructions and stepped onto the formation. Wait a second. Meili suddenly said. Before you leave, accept this small gift from me. She then handed Yuan a storage pouch. Don't open it now, she said afterward. Thank you, Yuan said after accepting the storage pouch. You too, Wang Xiuying. Meili handed her a storage pouch as well. Thank you. Wang Xiuying gladly accepted the gift, silently wondering what was inside. I'll activate the teleport formation now. The Dragon Emperor then said. Goodbye, everyone. Yuan said to the royal family. Bye-bye. Good luck out there, you too. The Dragon Empress said to them. See you next time. Meili said. The Dragon Emperor then dropped a single drop of his blood onto the teleport formation, causing it to shine brightly. A few seconds later, a familiar feeling enveloped Yuan and Wang Xiuying as they disappeared from the teleport formation and left the ancient dragon city. Then, a beautiful pillar of light appeared, piercing the heavens. Meanwhile, in spirit heaven, the same pillar of light appeared from the heavens and shot downwards into the ground, acting the complete opposite compared to its previous appearance. This pillar of light then appeared in the lower heavens, aimed directly at the mystic realm. The spectators outside the mystic realm were shocked when the pillar of light returned. What the heck is happening this time? Someone there exclaimed his frustration. The pillar of light lingered for a minute before disappearing. Inside the mystic realm, Yuan and Wang Xiuying returned to the 10th floor of the mystic pagoda. We're really back. Wang Xiuying released a sigh of relief after realizing that they'd finally returned to the mystic realm. Looks like it. Yuan nodded. Let's quickly get off this floor just in case it activates again. Wang Xiuying said to him. Yuan nodded, and they both went downstairs to the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, Wang Xiuying took a seat on the stiff bed and opened her storage pouch to see what was inside, as her curiosity had long reached its peak. Wow! There are so many spirit stones inside. Wang Xiuying exclaimed in a surprised voice. Really? Yuan looked at her with his interest piqued as well. There are at least 1,000 spirit stones in here. If I recall correctly, each spirit stone is worth 10,000 gold. That's 10 million gold worth of spirit stones in here. Wang Xiuying was shocked by her sudden wealth. What about you, Yuan? Wang Xiuying asked him. Let me see. Yuan took a look inside the storage pouch. You're right. I also have around 1,000 spirit stones, and there's also something else in here. Yuan then retrieved a pair of black and gold robes with a dragon design on it from the storage pouch. Wow, what a cool-looking pair of robes. It kind of resembles the clothes the Dragon Emperor was wearing. Wang Xiuying said. Golden Dragon Robe, Grade, Divine, Quality, Peak, Mental Strength Required, 50,000, Soul Strength Required, 50,000, Description, an excellent piece of traditional clothing worn by dragons of the royal family. Increased charm by 100 and luck by 50 when worn. Enchanted with superior physical resistance and superior mental resistance. Grants passive skill dragon aura when worn. This clothing is a divine grade treasure. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice as he stared at the golden dragon robe. Yuan, there's a note sticking to it. Wang Xiuying pointed to the piece of paper poking out of the golden dragon robe's pocket. Yuan picked it up and read it. Your clothes looked a little bit small for your size, so I went ahead and picked a new pair of clothes for you. I think it'll suit you well. See you next time. Meili. What a thoughtful person. Wang Xiuying smiled. Yuan chuckled and said, I will definitely have to return to the ancient dragon city in the future to return the favor now. Chapter 378 Exiting the Mystic Pagoda. It's going to be hard to repay this favor though since it's a divine grade treasure. Yuan mumbled. Wait. It's a divine grade treasure? This clothing? Wang Xiuying's eyes widened with shock after hearing this. Yes. Yuan nodded. Wang Xiuying was speechless. This dragon princess truly loved him deeply if she was willing to give him a divine grade treasure. I'm going to change now. Yuan then said. Oh okay. Wang Xiuying turned around to give him some privacy. A few moments later, Yuan said, I am finished. Wang Xiuying turned back around after hearing his words, and Yuan's new appearance stunned her for a good moment, as he looked incredibly handsome and charming in these new clothes, almost like he was royalty. If she didn't know any better, she would have definitely mistaken him for royalty just by his appearance alone, not to mention this unfathomable aura around him. Yuan, you kind of give me the same feeling as the people in the ancient dragon city, like you've turned into a dragon. Wang Xiuying said. That's probably because of the dragon aura from this robe. Dragon aura? So it makes your presence like that of a dragon? Something like that. What a convenient skill. Do you think she gave you this robe so that you can use your dragon's gaze safely? After all, as long as you wear that clothing, you'll be able to use your dragon's gaze without having to worry about the other royal families causing you trouble because you're a human. Oh. I didn't think of that. You're absolutely right, Wang Xiuying. As long as I am wearing this robe, I will be a dragon, allowing me to use my dragon's gaze more openly. Yuan spoke with excitement. The dragon princess really thought it out, huh? I am admiring her more and more. Yes. Yuan agreed. Are you ready to leave this place? She asked him after putting on the clothes she'd lent him. He nodded. It was at this moment more notifications appeared before Yuan. Meili has been added to your bond. Meili's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Meili's bond level has increased to friend. Royal family, she has been added to your associations. Because of your performance at Ancient Dragon City, your relationship with the royal family, she has increased drastically. Due to your actions at Ancient Dragon City, your fame has increased by 50. The bond system? It's been a while since I last saw it. I wonder how it works. Yuan thought to himself. The last time the bond system activated was at Pang City. Yuan? Wang Xiuying called out to him when he stood there with a dazed face. Sorry, I'm coming. The two of them proceeded to go downstairs. Before leaving the Mystic Pagoda, Yuan said, "Let me wear my mask first." Wang Xiuying nodded and watched him put on his black mask that complemented his black robes perfectly. "Okay, I am ready." The two of them approached the door, which opened automatically. Meanwhile, outside the Mystic Pagoda, most of the remaining participants had gathered there, and all of them had agreed to work with each other to figure out how they could open the Mystic Pagoda. However, an entire week had passed without any progress, as the Mystic Pagoda remained sealed. What was that light just now? That was the second time I have seen it. One of them asked when a pillar of light suddenly descended from the skies and landed on the Mystic Pagoda. I have no idea, but it's definitely related to this place. If we can figure it out, perhaps that'll be the key to opening this damn place. Another one said. But we have already searched every nook and cranny in this area. What else can we do at this point? Keep searching. There must be a way to open the door. While the participants tried everything to open the Mystic Pagoda, completely unbeknownst to these people, 3 figures had been watching their every action for the past week from the skies. Look at these outsiders dirtying our Lord's Mystic Pagoda with their filthy presence. If I could, I would kill every single one of them for disrespecting the sacred ground. Grandpa Lon mumbled in a loathing voice. Calm down, old man. You'll shorten your lifespan if you get angry over these idiots. Grandma Lon shook her head. Ever since Yuan's death, Grandpa Lon has been acting like a grumpy old man who's easily bothered by even the slightest things. What is that pillar of light, anyway? I have never seen anything like that before. Lon Yingying said a moment later. I don't know. It's also my first time witnessing such a phenomenon. I hope it's not a bad sign. Grandpa Lon said. It was at this moment one of the participants there suddenly shouted in a shocked voice, look. The door is opening. What? Everybody there immediately turned to look at the Mystic Pagoda, and sure enough, the door was opening. The Mystic Pagoda opened? How? Even the Lon family in the sky was greatly bewildered by this random occurrence. I'm going down there. I cannot let these outsiders' dirty feet step into the Lord's home. Grandpa Lon said. And just as he prepared to descend from the sky, his movements halted when he noticed 2 figures walking out of the Mystic Pagoda. The first person to come out was a pretty young lady at the Spirit Warrior realm. The second person was an individual wearing a black mask who was also emitting this unfathomable aura that made the people around him admire him unconditionally, almost like he was royalty. Who are those people? And how did they come out of the Mystic Pagoda? Grandpa Lon was baffled by their mysterious presence, especially when he saw the person in the black mask and clothes, as the aura he gave off resembled that of a beast rather than a human. Hey. Who the heck are you two? And how long have you been inside the Mystic Pagoda? The participants on the ground asked them. W8. I recognize you. You're Healer Wang from Medicine Valley. One of the participants who was also a player recognized Wang Xiuying's pretty face. Whoa. There are so many people here. Wang Xiuying was also surprised to see them, as she didn't expect to be surrounded by people the moment she left the Mystic Pagoda. What? Does this mean you're also a participant? How did you enter the Mystic Pagoda? The participants immediately began questioning her. Wang Xiuying took a few steps until she was standing behind Yuan. Answer us. How did you enter the Mystic Pagoda, and how long have you two been inside? The participants slowly surrounded them, sealing even the smallest path so that they couldn't escape. Are all of you participants? Yuan asked them in a low voice. That's right. One of them answered. Good. Yuan didn't say anything else and retrieved the Empyrean Overlord, his intentions clear. W8. A mask. That sword. You're that monster from the Dragon Essence Temple. Some of the participants quickly connected the dots and realized his identity. However, they were not the only ones who realized this. That sword. Impossible. Grandpa Lan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he saw the Empyrean Overlord in the masked man's grasp. Yuan? He's still alive? Lan Yingying covered her mouth from shock, and tears immediately began flowing from her eyes when she realized that had survived the Demon Lord's core detonation. Chapter 379 Beauty Falling from the Sky. What do you think you're doing? The participants there looked at Yuan with nervous expressions when they saw that Head suddenly retrieved his weapon and was standing there menacingly. Let's talk this out first, okay? There's no need for pointless bloodshed. We're all in this together. However, Yuan completely ignored them, and he lifted his Empyrean overlord into the air. Run. He's going to kill us all. One of the participants there suddenly shouted. Fuck you, you damn coward. Look at how many of us there are and how many they have. As if there's any need to run. Don't forget. He's no longer a spirit master in this world. We can take him. Another participant refuted, even suggesting that they fight him together. Why yeah. Let's get him. All of us together. There's no way He'd be able to defeat so many of us at once. The participants there all prepared for battle, yet none of them dared to approach him first. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, it flickered with a vicious light. Heavenly domain. The place was suddenly assaulted by a tyrannical pressure that caused all of the participants there to feel as though they were carrying mountains on their back whilst their bodies were chained down, completely sealing their movements. What is this? I can't move my body. One by one, the participants there began lowering their bodies until their knees were kissing the ground. In just a few moments, everyone there was on their knees, almost as though they were greeting royalty, if not for the terrified expressions on their faces. Wait. Let's not be so hasty, alright? Let's talk. One of the participants there opened his mouth to speak, but before he could even finish his sentence, Yuan swung the Empyrean overlord in his grasp in a wide motion. Whoosh! A massive red arc of sword light was released from the strike, sweeping through the participants there and slicing their bodies in half instantly. Ah! Damn it! I'll remember this. The participants cried out loud as their bodies disappeared from the mystic realm before appearing outside the gates. After his initial swing, Yuan went to clean up the other participants' head mist. And in less than a minute, over 90 participants perished from the mystic realm and were disqualified from the event. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, the spectators were shocked speechless by what they'd just witnessed. Is that the young master? He looks somewhat different. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice as she stared at his figure in the mirror. Brother Yuan. Xiaohua released a sigh of relief after seeing that he was fine. However, they were only able to see Yuan for a brief moment. Once Yuan killed all of the participants in the mystic realm, the mirror no longer spectated him anymore. This baffled Senior Nia and the others. What the hell is going on with the mystic realm this year? How come the treasure isn't spectating that participant? And how did he open the mystic pagoda? Senior Nia was filled with questions inside his head. Who was that masked figure just now? Is he also a participant? And did he just come out of the mystic pagoda? The elders in spirit heavens were also greatly shocked by Yuan's presence, and they immediately bombarded Senior Nia with questions. He's a participant from the Dragon Essence Temple. Although his appearance is different from when he first entered, I cannot forget that soul weapon. However, I have no other information regarding his identity besides that. Oh yeah, he was also a spirit master before he entered the mystic realm, and he's apparently only 18 years old. Senior Nia added. What? Such a genius exists in the lower heavens? We must secure him at all costs. One of the elders said. I think so too. But which of our sect should he join? He'll be joining my sect, of course. Someone then said. Nonsense. Why should he join yours? Another one refuted. Because he's using a sword, and we're a sword sect. Why else? So what if he's using a sword? He can still join other sects. I have plenty of sword cultivators in my sect that focus on other weapons. A second person refuted. The experts began fighting over who would get to take Yuan in as their disciple. Senior Nya shook his head and said, "You guys. You can discuss that after he agrees to follow us back to spirit heaven." What? Isn't that a no-brainer? Who would refuse to ascend? Right? Who in their right mind would rather stay in this dump when they could ascend without any effort? If you're a true cultivator, you'd want to reach the peak. The elders didn't believe that anyone could possibly willingly refuse to ascend to the spirit heavens. I don't know. He seemed to be acquainted with that little girl who was a spirit king. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't really belong to the lower heavens and only came down here for whatever reason like I did. Really? Just what are their backgrounds? Only the heavens know. Senior Nya sighed. Ha ha ha. Do you see that? That's our Dragon Essence Temple's #1 genius. Long Yuan laughed out loud after seeing so many participants disqualified at once. The other sect masters looked at him in envy. Why don't they also have a monster disciple in their sect? Inside the mystic realm, after killing all of the participants, Yuan stows away the Empyrean overlord. I didn't know you could be this ruthless, Yuan. Wang Xiuying said with a smile. Well, Yuan. Just as Yuan opened his mouth, he heard a familiar voice resound above him, causing him to look up into the sky. And to his surprise, Lan Yingying was falling from the sky with her arms spread wide open and a blissful look on her face. Yuan instinctively opened his arms to catch her. A moment later, Lan Yingying landed in his arms and embraced him tightly. Thank the Lord. You're still alive, Yuan. Chapter 380 Master of the Mystic Realm. Yuan. Is it really you? Are you really not a ghost? Lan Yingying tightly embraced him to make sure that he was real. What is going on? Who is this? Wang Xiuying was surprised when a beauty suddenly fell from the sky. Miss Lan? What are you doing here? Yuan asked her in a dumbfounded voice after catching her from the sky. We came to the Mystic Pagoda to check up on the phenomenon that occurred here recently, but to think we'd see you here. Lan Yingying said. We? Yuan raised his eyebrows. A second later, 2 more figures descended from the sky. Grandpa Lan. Grandma Lan. Yuan was pleasantly surprised to see them as well. Are you really the young man? How on earth did you survive the Demon Lord's core detonation? And where have you been this whole time? Grandpa Lan asked him with a dazed look on his face, almost like he was looking at a ghost. Yuan then said, It's a long story, but I barely managed to survive the blast. And thanks to my regeneration skill that ID obtained from consuming the demon core, I was able to recover fully. Why you obtained a skill from consuming the demon core? They all looked at him with baffled expressions. Anyways, it's relieving that you have managed to survive that blast. Grandpa Lan said. Yuan, who are these people? Wang Xiuying asked him a moment later. They are the Lan family, and they're natives in the mystic realm. They were also the first ones I met when I came to this place, and they have helped me a bunch since then. Yuan introduced the Lan family to Wang Xiuying. Hello, I am Wang Xiuying, and I am a friend of Yuan. Wang Xiuying greeted them. Any friend of Yuan is our friend. Grandpa Lan nodded, seemingly in great spirits. Anyways, how did you open the Mystic Pagoda, young man? He turned to look at Yuan. Yuan shrugged and said, I honestly don't know. I think it has something to do with the Empyrean Overlord, but I don't have any solid proof. The door opens when I get close to it is all I know. I see. Interesting. Grandpa Lan began pondering. After a moment of silence, he spoke, If you don't mind, can you show us the inside? I have always wondered what the Lord's living quarters looked like. W8. Living quarters? This place? Wang Xiuying said in a dazed voice. That's right. This place belongs to the Master of the Mystic Realm, who we call the Lord. Grandpa Lan confirmed. Unbelievable. To think this mysterious place that cannot be opened by normal means turned out to be a living quarter for some individual. And here I thought it was a special place filled with treasures and whatnot. Wang Xiuying mumbled. It is a special place, but probably not in the sense that you outsiders are thinking. Grandpa Lan said with a smile on his face. Sometime later, Yuan brought the Lan family inside the mystic pagoda, leading them from the first floor all the way to the 9th floor. During this whole time, Lan Yingying stayed close to Yuan like two peas in a pod. It was as though she was reluctant to leave his side after almost losing him once, and the grandparents found this cute of her. Wang Xiuying, however, was puzzled by Lan Yingying's seemingly intimate relationship with Yuan, and she wondered what happened between them. This place is much more spacious than I'd expected. And by that, I mean there's nothing in here. Grandpa Lan said after climbing all 9 floors. There seems to be another floor to this place. I thought there were only 9 floors. Lan Yingying said after she noticed the 10th floor. Let's check it out. Grandpa Lan said. Wait. Don't go up there. Yuan hastily said to them. Why not? They looked at him with their eyebrows raised. Because there's a teleport formation up there that will take you to this place called Ancient Dragon City, Yuan said, and he proceeded to explain the Ancient Dragon City to the Lan family. Is that so? No wonder why I can sense this inhuman aura around you. Grandpa Lan said afterward. So this is the feeling of a dragon. I don't know how, but the Lord is most likely related to the Ancient Dragon City in some way for him to have a teleport formation to that place inside his home. Yuan, look at this. There's a slit here. Lan Yingying suddenly pointed to the floor in front of the place where Yuan got his mask from. Oh, yeah. I noticed it before but didn't think too much about it. Yuan said. If you look closely at it, don't you think your Empyrean overlord would fit perfectly inside this slit? Lan Yingying said. What? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, then he turned to look at the somewhat unnaturally wide slit in the ground. Let me try it. Yuan then retrieved his sword and inserted it inside the slit. And to his surprise, it was a perfect fit, almost like this slit was made for his sword. The moment the tip of his sword reached the end of the slit, Yuan felt a click. Suddenly, the entire mystic pagoda began rumbling as though there was an earthquake. What's going on now? The shaking lasted for a good moment before it calmed down. And when it did, ding! Congratulations! The mystic realm now recognizes you as its master. You have become the master of the mystic realm. You have obtained the title master of the mystic realm. You now have full command over the mystic realm. I think I just became the master of the mystic realm, Yuan suddenly said, shocking everybody in the room. What? How? Grandpa Lan exclaimed. Probably because of this? Yuan pointed to the Empyrean overlord that was inserted perfectly into the floor. Good lord. To think you can become the master of the mystic realm in such a manner. Grandpa Lan mumbled in a dazed voice, and then he realized that unless one had the Empyrean overlord, it was literally impossible to become the master of the mystic realm. Chapter 381 Forcefully Removed. Now that I am the master of the mystic realm, what can I do? Yuan asked them. Literally anything you want. Grandpa Lan said. The mystic realm itself is a treasure, and as its master, you're like its god. If you desire, you can even change the landscapes in this world. After pondering for a moment, Yuan spoke. I think I want to open up the mystic realm, allowing the natives of this world to go outside. What? Really? Grandpa Lan looked at him with wide eyes. Yuan nodded and said, You told me that the natives of this world dislike outsiders because of envy, right? That they're all stuck inside this world because of their ancestors' decision. If that's the case, I would like to free them. As someone who loved to go on adventures and visit new places, Yuan pitted these mystic realm natives that are secluded inside this world like birds in a cage. He then turned to look at Lan Yingying and said, You also told me that you're interested in the outside world, right? If I open the mystic realm, you'll be able to go outside and experience it for yourself. After a moment of silence, Grandpa Lan said, if that's your decision, you may do as you please. Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to ask, how do I open up the mystic realm, though? And before I do that, can I forcefully remove people from the mystic realm? I would like to disqualify the other participants if I could in this manner. Wang Xiuying couldn't help but chuckle after hearing his words. Yes, you can remove anyone you want. Just command the mystic realm to do so. Grandpa Lan said. How do I do that? Just tell it to do so like you're speaking to someone. Really? Does it really work like that? Yuan mumbled. After taking a deep breath, Yuan said loudly, Mystic Realm, can you kick out everyone who doesn't belong in this world? But don't kick out Wang Xiuying who's with me now. Ding. Command acknowledged. All outsiders shall be removed from the Mystic Realm. A moment after Yuan's command, every single participant besides Wang Xiuying was suddenly teleported outside of the Mystic Realm, shocking everybody outside. What? Why am I outside the Mystic Realm? Has a month passed already? One of the participants exclaimed in a puzzled manner. Impossible. We should have had another 2 weeks inside. Another one said. Then why are we all out here? What's going to happen now? Senior Nya felt a headache incoming after seeing this phenomenon. Just what in heaven's name happened? Why did all of the participants suddenly get kicked out of the Mystic Realm? One of the crystal balls spoke. Not everyone. Senior Nya said, and he continued, there are 2 people missing. That genius from the Dragon Essence Temple and that girl from Medicine Valley. Senior Nya remembered all of the participants before they went inside, so he knew who was still inside the Mystic Realm. What should we do now? This year's Mystic Realm is a complete bust. After a moment of silence, Senior Nya said, let's wait until everyone comes out of the Mystic Realm before I decide. Meanwhile, amongst the participants that had been forcefully teleported out of the Mystic Realm, Gao Dongya and Xue Jie looked around with disbelief on their faces, as they had been forcefully kicked out as well. What the fuck is happening? Gao Dongya cursed out loud, as they were extremely close to reaching the Mystic Pagoda. In fact, they were able to see the Mystic Pagoda in the distance right before getting kicked out of the Mystic Realm. This is why I said we should hunt some magical beasts for points. Look at us now. Besides increasing our cultivation base, we don't have any other points. If our rank is screwed up because of that, the sect master will kill us. Xue Jie complained to him. Gao Dongya would normally have a comeback for her complaints, but he was speechless this time, as it was true that they didn't have many points. Where is Disciple Yuan? I don't see him out here. Xue Jie suddenly realized that he wasn't with them. Perhaps he was disqualified before us. Gao Dongya said. Don't jinx it. Xue Jie quickly said. Sometime later, Senior Nya said to them, everyone that just got kicked out of the Mystic Realm, you may return to your sect for now. I will announce the results once everyone is out. What? Does this mean there are still people inside the Mystic Realm? Why were we kicked out? Who decided that? The disqualified participants were speechless. Many minutes later, once the participants returned to their sects, Long Yijuan stared at Gao Dongya and Xue Jie with a deep frown on his face, yet he didn't look angry at all. I'm sorry, sect master. We have failed you. Gao Dongya said with his head lowered. I'm sorry, sect master. Xue Jie also apologized. After a moment of silence, Long Yijuan spoke, don't worry about it too much. Although I am also upset about the results, this situation was completely unexpected and out of control. Hopefully, Disciple Yuan, who is still inside the Mystic Realm, won't disappoint us. What? Disciple Yuan is still inside? Gao Dongya was surprised to hear this. Where was he this entire time? He was separated from us the moment we went inside. Xue Jie said. I know. However, I don't know why he was separated from you two or where he went. All I know is that he's still safe and sound inside the Mystic Realm. In fact, he even managed to open the Mystic Pagoda. Long Yijuan revealed to them. What? He opened the mystic pagoda? How? Gao Dongya exclaimed in a shocked voice, causing the other participants to look at him. Who opened the mystic pagoda? The participants that were not there to witness Yuan coming outside the mystic pagoda were unaware of the situation. However, they would soon come to learn about everything from the others, greatly shocking them as well. Chapter 382 Returning to the cabin. Inside the mystic realm, after kicking out all of the participants, Yuan said in a calm manner, "Okay, I think I got rid of all of the participants. Do I now do the same for opening the mystic realm?" Grandpa Lon nodded and said, "Yes, but I think you should let the natives know before you open it." "How should I let them know? Gather all of them in one place?" Yuan asked. "No, you don't need to do that much. Just speak to them using the mystic realm. You can broadcast your voice to everyone in this world if you wish. Just ask the mystic realm to help you." Yuan nodded and said, "Mystic realm, I would like to speak with everyone in this world, so make sure my voice can be heard by everyone." Command acknowledged. You may speak whenever, ahem. Yuan cleared his throat before his speech, and his voice echoed throughout the world for everyone to hear, almost as though there was a god speaking to them from above. "Hello, everybody in the mystic realm. I will keep this brief. I have recently become the master of the mystic realm, and as the new master, I will be opening the mystic realm for those of you who wish to leave this world and go outside. There will be a portal near the mystic pagoda, so if you wish to leave, you may go through this portal, which will take you outside the mystic realm." That is all. The natives were greatly shocked after hearing Yuan's words. There's a new master for the mystic realm? And this person will be opening the mystic realm again? Why would this person do something like that for them? And who is the identity of this new master? The natives were also sketchy about this announcement. Nevertheless, many of these natives were desperate to leave the mystic realm, so a lot of people from around the mystic realm began preparing their trip to the mystic pagoda. Now that all of that is done, what else should I do? Yuan asked. You have already done more than enough, young man. Grandpa Lon said with a smile on his face. And he continued, everyone that has been yearning to leave this place will be finally able to do so. I can imagine the population in this world lowering by a lot in the next few weeks. How about I open the mystic realm for the people outside as well? This way, there will be more people coming into this world. You mean you're not going to take the mystic realm with you? Grandpa Lon looked at him with wide eyes. Can I even take something this massive with me? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Of course. You can take it with you like a soul weapon. Grandpa Lon nodded. But if I do that, how will people enter or leave this place? Yuan asked. Well, they can't, at least not until you take out the treasure again. After pondering for a moment, Yuan said, I will leave the mystic realm where it has been for the last few 100,000 years. This way, people can enter and leave as they wish, and the sects will be able to continue doing this event which decides the rank of their sections. After all, even if he's the master of the mystic realm, he has no real use for such a place, and it would be somewhat unfair to the people that have been relying on the mystic realm for so long if he took it with him. I understand. If that's your decision, then so be it. Grandpa Lon nodded. Yuan, what should we do now? Wang Xiuying asked him a moment later. Since you have automatically disqualified all of the participants, there is no longer any reason for us to be here. We can simply leave whenever we want. You're right. I don't think we should linger in this place when everyone is already outside. Yuan agreed with her. There's no need to be in such a hurry, young man. How about we return to the cabin and have some tea before you leave? I also have something to give you. Grandpa Lon said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded. What about you? Do you want to come along? I can take you out of here if you wish. I don't want to leave alone. I can already imagine what might happen if I do. Wang Xiuying shuddered at the thought of being surrounded by everyone outside the moment she leaves, asking her why she's the only one who didn't get kicked out. Great. Then let's go. Grandpa Lan said to them. A moment later, they went outside, where Grandpa Lan transformed into his serpent form, shocking Wang Xiuying. Why, you're a magical beast? A divine beast, to be exact. Grandpa Lan said with a smile. A divine beast. Yuan, don't you also have a divine beast as a servant? Wang Xiuying recalled one of his world announcements. What? You have a divine beast as a servant? The Lan family looked at him with their eyes wide with shock. They didn't know divine beasts could be servants, as they are usually extremely prideful beings that would never lower themselves to become a servant. Yes, I do. Yuan nodded. Unbelievable. Grandpa Lan mumbled. Lan Yingying stared at Yuan silently, seemingly in deep thoughts. Get on my back. I'll carry you guys back to the divine forest. Grandpa Lan said to them. Let me create the exit for the natives first, Yuan said, and he commanded the mystic realm to create a portal right outside the mystic pagoda, which will let the natives finally leave this place. Once that was done, he jumped on Grandpa Lan's back with Wang Xiuying and the others before flying into the sky and away from the mystic pagoda. In the air, Wang Xiuying looked at Lan Yingying for a good moment before asking her, if you don't mind me asking, what's your relationship with Yuan? What? Lan Yingying pondered for a moment before speaking. He impregnated me. He what? Wang Xiuying exclaimed, nearly falling off Grandpa Lan's back from shock after hearing Lan Yingying's shocking words. Chapter 383 Farewell Gift. Wei Yuan. Is that true? You impregnated this young lady? Wang Xiuying turned to him for answers, as she couldn't believe that someone as innocent as Yuan would do something like that to a woman had only recently met. Yuan nodded in a calm manner and confirmed, yes, she asked me to impregnate her, so I decided to help her. You unbelievable. Wang Xiuying stared at him with clear disbelief on her face. Finding out Yuan had impregnated another woman was akin to a hardcore fangirl finding out that her number one idol had a girlfriend for Wang Xiuying. The shock she felt was unique and different from what Meili felt when she first found out about it. After many moments of silence, Wang Xiuying spoke again, "WL. Congratulations. I cannot wait to see the baby in 9 months." Wang Xiuying was unaware that divine beasts had a much longer conceiving time. 9 months? Lan Yingying raised her eyebrows. She then said, it will take at least 1,000 years before I can give birth. Divine beasts are different. We cannot give birth so quickly unlike humans. Is that how it works? But 1,000 years. Well, be long dead by then. As long as you reach Spirit Grandmaster, you'll be able to live over 1,000 years comfortably. Grandma Lan said to her. Perhaps in this world, but alas. A bittersweet smile appeared on Wang Xiuying's face. Although Spirit Grandmasters can live to be 1,000 in this cultivation world, they are only inside a game. There's no such thing as cultivation in the real world, after all. Wang Xiuying thought to herself. A few hours later, they arrived at the cabin in the divine forest. Go ahead and make yourselves at home. I'll go brew some tea. Grandma Lan said to them. After they sat down, Grandpa Lan said, I will be right back. He then disappeared somewhere. Yuan, what are you going to do once you go back outside? Lan Yingying asked him. Well, I am going to return to my sect for a while. Then I am going to enter this place called Dragon Temple. Once all of that is done, I plan on leaving the sect so that I can explore the rest of the lower heavens before I decide to ascend through the stairway to heaven. Yuan laid out his plans. The rest of the lower heavens? That's going to take years, Yuan. Wang Xiuying said to him. And she continued, there are 4 continents in the lower heavens, and as far as I am aware, a single continent in this world is as big as all of the continents on Earth combined. Really? Then I guess I will just look around until I feel like going to the upper heavens. Yuan said. What about following that senior Nye to spirit heaven? You opened the mystic pagoda, so you automatically qualify to ascend with him. Wang Xiuying then asked. Nah. I'd rather ascend with my own effort. And there are still things I need to do in the lower heavens. Yuan said. Makes sense. Wang Xiuying nodded. Sometime later, Grandpa Lan returned with a small wooden box in his hands. He sat down in an empty seat before placing the box before them. I want you to have the thing inside this box. It's a farewell gift from us, the Lan family. Grandpa Lan said with a mysterious smile on his face. And he continued, you deserve it. What is it? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Open it up and see for yourself, he said with a smile. Yuan nodded and opened up the box, and to his surprise, there were two familiar-looking objects resting inside the box. There were two crystals, red crystals. This is demon cores? Yuan asked in a dazed voice. Yes. One of them belongs to the minor demon you had sealed but never got to finish. We finished it for you after your disappearance. Grandpa Lan explained. As for the second demon core, it belongs to the demon lord. Wait. What? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Didn't the demon lord explode himself? How could his demon core have survived that? Yuan asked. Although it may be called core detonation, it doesn't actually require the demon to destroy their demon core. In fact, a demon's core has nothing to do with their cultivation, as they store their cultivation inside their body. So their blood, their muscles, their bones, every single cell in their body. This is one of the reasons for their near indestructible bodies, as their bodies are made mostly out of spiritual energy. If a demon core isn't their dantian, then what is a demon core? And why does it contain so much spiritual energy? Yuan asked. Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for that question, as I don't know that much about demons, to begin with. Grandpa Lan shook his head. I see. Yuan mumbled. Anyways, we found the demon lord's demon core at the place where he self-destructed. We were going to feed it to Yingying when she's actually pregnant so that the baby can feed off the spiritual energy and grow stronger, but seeing that you're still alive, we're going to give it back to you. Grandpa Lan said. Are you sure? Yuan asked. Yes. Lan Yingying nodded. I see. Thank you. Yuan accepted the demon cores and tossed them into his dragon spatial ring. Now, on to our next subject. Grandpa Lan said as his expression suddenly turned solemn. Yuan, what do you think about letting Lan Yingying follow you outside? What? Miss Lan? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. Grandfather. Lan Yingying was also surprised by his suggestion, as she thought he was only joking back then when he first mentioned it. After a moment of silence, Yuan turned to look at Lan Yingying and asked her, Miss Lan, do you want to follow me? I cannot guarantee you that it will be entertaining. Lan Yingying opened her mouth, but she didn't continue, and she turned to look at her grandparents with a hesitant look, clearly reluctant to leave them behind. Chapter 384 Leaving the Mystic Realm. Why are you hesitating now, Yingying? Forget about us old folks and go have fun with the youngsters. You'll definitely enjoy the outside world more than this forest. Grandpa Lan said to her. Furthermore, you'll conceive his child in the future. It would be better for the child if the father is there during birth, don't you think so as well? Grandma Lan added. What about my duty? Lan Yingying asked. You're worried about that? Just leave it to us. We will continue to clean the Lord's tablet. Grandpa Lan said. After a slight pause, he continued with a smile on his face, in fact, starting today, you have a new lord. Wait. What? Lan Yingying looked at him with wide eyes. Go ahead and serve the young man as your new lord. You're not bound by a contract, anyway. It was our ancestors who decided to follow the Lord. We're simply carrying out their duties as a family tradition. Grandpa Lan said to her. After a long moment of silence, Lan Yingying stood up from her seat and walked to the side of the table where Yuan was sitting. Miss Lan? Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. Yuan, Lan Yingying lowered her body until she was on her knees. No. Please allow me to call you my lord. Lan Yingying said as she lowered her head until it was kissing the floor. I wish to serve you as my lord. Lan Yingying repeated since Yuan didn't respond for a moment, mostly because he was speechless. Are you sure? Yuan asked her. I am positive. Lan Yingying nodded her head with a resolute expression on her face. Okay. If you want to follow me, there's no reason for me to refuse. Yuan easily agreed. Really? You don't mind? Lan Yingying's eyes flickered with excitement. Why would I mind? It's not like I dislike you. In fact, I really like you. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Great. Now let's make this official with a contract. Grandpa Lan said a moment later. You just need some of my blood, right? Yuan asked her, as this is what Feng Yuxiang needed. Lan Yingying nodded. Okay. Yuan retrieved the starry abyss, opened a wound on his finger, before finally offering it to Lan Yingying. Lan Yingying gladly accepted his hand and opened her mouth, putting his finger inside a moment later to suck his blood. Wang Xiuying swallowed nervously from the background, her face slightly flushed with redness, as this scene looked kind of erotic for some reason. Divine Serpent Lan Yingying has initiated a servant contract with you. My lord, this subordinate shall follow you forever and swear my loyalty to you. Lan Yingying said to him. Just call me Yuan, Miss Lan, Yuan said to her. I cannot. Lan Yingying shook her head. Young man, we take our tradition very seriously. Grandpa Lan said to him. It'll be easier on her if you let her address you as Lord. Grandma Lan also said. Yuan nodded his head, fine. Call me whatever makes you feel comfortable, Miss Lan. Young man, you should stop calling her Miss Lan. It makes you sound distant from her. Just call her Yingying like we do. Grandpa Lan then said. Okay. Yingying, I will accept you as my servant. Yuan said. Ding. You have accepted Divine Serpent Lan Yingying as your servant. Name, Lan Yingying Servant Grade, Ancient Master, Yuan Cultivation, 9th Level Spirit Master Legacy, Nun Bloodline, Sacred Serpent Bloodline Physique, World Eater Physique, Sacred Fire, Rank, Ancient, Mastery Level, 3, Superior Sense, Rank, Heaven, Devour, Rank, Ancient, Unlimited Growth, Rank? Yingying is an Ancient Grade Divine Beast? That's even higher than Feng Feng, who's a Phoenix. And she has so many ancient rank skills. Yuan was inwardly surprised when he saw Lan Yingying's stats. And what's this unlimited growth skill? I cannot see its rank, just like Feng Feng's cursed bloodline. The contract is completed, Yuan said to her a moment later. Welcome to the team. I will introduce you to the others once we go outside. Okay. Lan Yingying nodded with a blissful expression on her face. Ah. How they grow up so quickly. Grandma Lan said with a smile on her face. And she continued, let's all drink the tea before it gets cold. Thus, they sat down around the table and began drinking her tea. Meanwhile, outside the mystic realm, an announcement appeared in the sky. Congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to obtain an ancient grade servant. This announcement shocked every player currently online. In fact, many of these players are learning about the existence of Ancient Grade for the first time because of this announcement. Ancient Grade Servant. Meili stared at the grand announcement in the sky with a dazed look on her face. What's the matter, Meili? Feng Yuxiang asked her after noticing her blank stares into the sky. Yuan. He just obtained another servant. Meili said to her. What? The young master? Is that why I felt a chill down my spine just now? Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked voice. What kind of magical beast is it this time? She then asked. Meili shook her head and said, we will find out once he leaves the mystic realm. Inside the mystic realm, Yuan and the others spent a good hour calmly sipping tea and talking about random things casually. After they finished all of the tea, Yuan and the others prepared to leave the mystic realm. "Stay safe, Yingying, young man, and young lady," Grandpa Lan said to them. "We will be here if you ever decide to come to visit us." Grandma Lan said. "Thank you for everything that you've done for me," Yuan bowed to them. "Thank you, grandfather, grandmother, for taking care of me. I will never forget the time I have spent here." Lan Yingying also lowered her head. Grandpa Lan smiled and said, "You can thank us by showing us our great-grandchildren." Lan Yingying nodded, "I promise." After saying their final goodbyes, Yuan and the others entered a teleport that had created, leaving the mystic realm. Chapter 385 Mystic Realm Results. After entering the portal, Yuan, Wang Xiuying, and Lan Yingying appeared outside the mystic realm. "So this is the outside world." Lan Yingying mumbled in a dazed voice as she looked at the desolate area and the people gathered outside. Meanwhile, Yuan and Wang Xiuying were bombarded with notifications. "You have obtained a massive amount of spiritual energy from the mystic realm. You have enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second-level Spirit Master, plus 11,000 stats. You have reached third-level Spirit Master, plus 12,000 stats. You have reached fourth-level Spirit Master, plus 13,000 stats. You have reached ninth-level Spirit Master, plus 18,000 stats." Yuan's cultivation stopped at the peak of Spirit Master after leaving the mystic realm, whilst Wang Xiuying's cultivation entered 5th-level Spirit Warrior. As for Lan Yingying, her cultivation base remained the same. "Brother Yuan." "Young master." Two figures could be seen flying in their direction shortly after they left the mystic realm. "Xiao Hua." "Feng Feng." "It's been a while." Yuan greeted them. "Young master, is it true that you'd accepted a servant?" Feng Yuxiang immediately asked him, and she turned to look at the beauty standing beside him. You're a divine beast?" Feng Yuxiang could immediately tell, as divine beasts have a distinct aura and smell that could easily be noticed by other divine beasts. "I am." Lan Yingying nodded calmly. "Are you okay, Brother Yuan?" Xiao Hua asked him after her initial shock, as Yuan's cultivation base suddenly leaped all the way to the peak of Spirit Master. "Yes, I am fine." Yuan nodded. Sometime later, Senior Nya approached them and said, "Sorry to intrude on your reunion, but I would like to announce the results. Please go back to your sect in the meantime. And young man, I would like to speak with you afterward." "Okay." Yuan nodded. "I will see you later, Wang Xiuying," Yuan said to her before going back to the sect. "See you later. It was fun playing with you." As Yuan walked back to the Dragon Essence Temple, everybody there stared at him with serious frowns on their faces, looking like they were all in deep thoughts. "Welcome back, disciple Yuan," Long Yijuan said to him after he returned. "I cannot wait to see the results." Elder Shan chuckled. Once everyone was back in their own sect, Senior Nya hovered above them and said, "First and foremost, let me start by saying that this year's Mystic Realm was completely unexpected and full of unexplainable phenomenons that have never happened before. In other words, it was an unprecedented experience. However, such is the nature of the cultivation world. Therefore, I will continue to rank the sects based on the points the participants have accumulated during the time they were inside, even if it was cut short." Senior Nya then turned to look at the mystic realm and began making some weird hand signals. "Reveal," he shouted. A moment later, a list of sect names and numbers appeared in front of the mystic realm for all to see. Rank 1, Dragon Essence Temple, 9,999,999 points. Rank 2, Medicine Valley, 5,032 points. Rank 3, Heaven and Earth Palace, 1,512 points. Rank 4, Azure Phoenix Sect, 641 points. Rank 5, Heavenly Melody Academy, 357 points. Rank 6, Grand Sword Mountain, 240 points. Rank 7, Three Poisons Manor, 101 points. Rank 8, Fallen Saber Sect, 88 points, rank 9, Xianxia Academy, 72 points, rank 10, Pink Garden Paradise, 69 points. What kind of result is that? The sect masters there exclaimed after seeing this unexpected result. How on earth did the Dragon Essence Temple amass 10 million points whilst the others couldn't even break 5 digits? And how did the Medicine Valley achieve second place, beating the Heaven and Earth Palace that is now kicked all the way to the third place? Furthermore, there were sects in the top 10 that weren't even top 50 before. This year's Mystic Realm, what a mess. The sect masters there shook their heads at the results that were hard to swallow. Of course, many of the sect masters there were unable to accept this result. Senior Nya. There's clearly something wrong with the results. Look at the Dragon Essence Temple. How could they have possibly achieved 10 million points in such a short time? The highest points recorded in history were only 10,000 points. Their points are 1,000 times higher, which is clearly impossible. Senior Nya looked at the scoreboard with narrowed eyes. Indeed, the results looked a bit ridiculous even for him. However, if Disciple Yuan was the one who opened the Mystic Pagoda which hasn't been opened since forever, it would make sense why they'd managed to obtain so many points. As for the Medicine Valley, their disciple was following Disciple Yuan, which could be the reason for her unusually high points despite being alone. What do you guys think? Senior Nya asked the people behind the crystal balls. Who cares about the results? It doesn't affect us, anyway. Just get on with it so we can take that genius to the spirit heavens. I agree. The results are final. There's nothing we can do at this point. The elders all agreed. Senior Nya nodded and said to the people on the ground, the results are final. If you don't like the results, you can fix it next time. The sect masters' hearts dropped after hearing the verdict, especially the sects that used to be top 10 but didn't even make the top 50 this year because someone had killed their disciples before they could earn any points. As for the sects that used to be top 100 but now within the top 10, they were obviously ecstatic about the results. However, out of everyone there, nobody was more ecstatic than Yuan and the Dragon Essence Temple, as the results had far exceeded their expectations by reaching first place. Ha 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 ha. We did it. You did it, Disciple Yuan. The Dragon Essence Temple has returned to being first again after so long. Ha ha ha. Yuan could no longer hold his excitement and burst out laughing. Chapter 386 Picking 3 Individuals. Sometime later, after Yuan eventually calmed down, Senior Nya said to everyone there, the Mystic Realm has officially ended. I will now pick 3 people to come to the spirit heavens with me. The sect masters and the disciples swallowed nervously. A moment later, Senior Nya approached the Dragon Essence Temple first with the crystal balls floating around him. Greetings, Senior Nya. Yuan and the other sect elders greeted him respectfully. Senior Nya nodded and said, first and foremost, allow me to congratulate the Dragon Essence Temple for obtaining the first place in the Mystic Realm. Thank you, Senior Nya. However, this is all due to the effort of our disciples, mostly Disciple Yuan, our most recent and talented disciple. Yuan said. Yes. I can see that. Senior Nya turned to look at Yuan and continued with a smile on his face. Would you like to come with me to the spirit heaven, young man? You will get the ability to pick whichever of the 7 spirit academies you would like to join. Furthermore, we will fully support your cultivation path by giving you near unlimited resources, and we can even guarantee you that spirit heaven will not be your last stop. Spirit King. No, I will guarantee you that as long as you follow me, you will be able to attain Spirit Emperor in the future. The other participants watched as Senior Nya extended his hand for Yuan with envy in their gazes. However, to everybody's surprise, Yuan shook his head and said, thank you for the offer, Senior Nya, but I will have to decline your offer to go with you to the spirit heaven. What? Senior Nya blinked his eyes in a dazed manner, looking like he was in disbelief. Surely, he didn't just get refused, right? Yuan and the others gasped in shock as well. How could you refuse? Do you have any idea how many people want to be in your shoes now? One of the crystal balls exclaimed. That's right. You cannot refuse this once-in-lifetime opportunity. If you don't come to the spirit heaven now, who knows when you'll get another chance. Sometime later, Senior Nya asked him, may I ask you for the reason for your decision? Yuan nodded in a calm manner and said, I still have many things to do in the lower heavens, so I cannot leave just yet. Furthermore, I want to ascend to the spirit heaven with my own strength. I am going to challenge the stairway to heaven, after all. Stairway to heaven? Even if you are a heaven-defying genius, it's not guaranteed that you'll ascend the stairway. One of the crystal balls said. Indeed. Countless top geniuses have failed while less talented people have succeeded. It's really random. However, if we bring you with us, it's guaranteed that you'll ascend. Senior Nya then spoke, you don't have to rush to a decision, young man. I can remain in the lower heavens for another week, so you have all that time to decide. However, Yuan shook his head and insisted, you don't have to wait for me. I have already made a decision. I will not ascend to the spirit heaven, not right now or in a week. A perplexed expression appeared on Senior Nya's face. As much as he wanted to bring Yuan with him to the spirit heaven, it was not as though he could force him. Even if he wanted to drag Yuan to the spirit heaven with him, he wouldn't act so shamelessly even if it's the last thing he does. It is unfortunate, but if you don't want to come with me, I will have no choice but to find someone else. Don't regret this decision, young man. Senior Nya no longer paid attention to Yuan and flew away. What? You're just going to let him get away so easily? Grab him if you have to. One of the crystal balls said. If you want to take him by force, by all means, get your ass down here and try it yourself. Senior Nya coldly snorted. Meanwhile, the other participants stared at Yuan as though they were looking at a fool. What kind of idiot would possibly refuse such an opportunity? Does he not care about his cultivation career? He's even such a genius. What a damn waste of talent. Fuck me. A feminine voice resounded from the crystal balls, cursing in a graceful tone. Are you sure about this? Long Yijuan asked him afterward. I am sure. Yuan nodded without any regret in his heart. After leaving the Dragon Essence Temple, Senior Nya went to the Heaven and Earth Palace. Greetings, Senior Nya. The sect master and the disciples greeted him respectfully. Senior Nya nodded before turning to look at a certain individual in the group. You. What's your name? Senior Nya asked him. Lightning Emperor. The handsome young man responded with a smile on his face. Lightning Emperor? Senior Nya raised his eyebrows, wondering what kind of parents would give their own child such a ridiculous name. But he didn't think too much about it and nodded, okay. Would you like to come with me to the spirit heaven? I have seen your talents in the mystic realm, and they're definitely remarkable. I am willing. Lightning Emperor quickly responded. Good. Senior Nya nodded his head before flying to another location. Congratulations, Junior Apprentice Brother Lightning Emperor, on your advancement. Don't forget about us when you go to the spirit heaven. The other disciples quickly congratulated him. Thank you, everybody. Lightning Emperor bowed to them with a wide smile on his face. A few moments later, Senior Nya asked another participant to follow him to the spirit heaven, and to no one's surprise, that participant immediately accepted, which should be the normal response in such a situation. Now, for the third person, Senior Nya swept the crowd with a profound gaze until it landed on a pretty young lady. He then flew to her and asked her, do you want to come with me to the spirit heaven? Huh? Are you talking to me? Wang Xiuying pointed at herself when he noticed Senior Nya staring directly at her. Yes. You. Senior Nya confirmed with a nod of his head. Chapter 387 Returning to the Dragon Essence Temple. Do you want to follow me to the spirit heaven? Senior Nya asked Wang Xiuying again. Wang Xiuying was speechless since she didn't think that she would get the chance. She then turned to look at Yuan in the distance. As much as I want to stay down here and play with you, I have something more important to do, she said inwardly. Wang Xiuying returned to Senior Nia and asked him, if I go to the spirit heaven, I will get to pick a sect to join, right? That's right. You can join any of the 7 spirit academies, he confirmed. Then out of these 7 spirit academies, are there any of them that focus on medicine? Senior Nia nodded and said, looks like you'll have a new disciple, Elder Mu. One of the crystal balls then spoke, my spirit healing academy is the top medicine sect in the spirit heaven that has over 10,000 alchemy apprentices and 1,000 alchemy masters. If you wish to join my sect, you will need to be proficient and passionate in the field of medicine. I want to join. Wang Xiuying quickly said. Good. But you should know one more thing. Although you have been given the right to join our sect, you have yet to qualify, as our sect is a bit special, so you are still required to take our disciple examination. Are you okay with that? I am okay with that. Wang Xiuying quickly responded. Then it's decided. I will see you when you get up here. Once Senior Nia has picked 3 people that will be following him to the spirit heaven, he said to them, congratulations to everyone that has been chosen. I will give you all 7 days to prepare for your departure. Soon after, Senior Nia dismissed everyone there. However, right as the sects began leaving, another phenomenon occurred at the mystic realm, as people could be seen coming out of the gates. What the heck? Who are those people? The sects there were puzzled by this, as was Senior Nia and the others in the spirit heaven. These people were clearly not participants, so they could only be the natives inside the mystic realm. Ha ha ha. It's true. It's really true. We can finally leave the mystic realm. Thank the new master of the mystic realm. Thank the Lord. The people that just came out of the mystic realm quickly began rejoicing in their freedom. Seeing this, Senior Nia approached these mystic realm natives and asked them what was going on. How did you guys leave the mystic realm? Senior Nia asked them. How? The mystic realm has a new master. And this person decided to give us freedom. Now anybody can leave the mystic realm. The natives explained to him. Heavens. Senior Nia mumbled in a dazed voice. Just who is this new master of the mystic realm? And why would he make this change that might affect the world? Actually, I can think of one person. Senior Nia recalled Yuan, who had somehow managed to open the mystic pagoda, but he had no concrete proof that he was the new master of the mystic realm. After answering all of Senior Nia's questions, the mystic realm natives left the scene and scattered around the lower heavens. Sometime later, Long Yuan said to the others, we're going to return to the Dragon Essence Temple now. Yuan quickly said, please wait a moment. I would like to speak with my friend one last time before she leaves. Long Yuan nodded. Yuan then approached Wang Xiuying and said to her, congratulations on ascending. Hee hee. It's all thanks to you, Yuan. Wang Xiuying said with a bright smile on her face. Unfortunately, this means we cannot play together for a while, but I will definitely go to the spirit heaven in the future, so let's play again then, Yuan said to her with his hands extended. Wang Xiuying shook his hand and nodded, yes. I will see you in the spirit heaven. Sometime later, Wang Xiuying left the scene with her sect and Yuan returned to the others. Let's return to the sect now. Long Yuan said, and the others brought out their flying treasures. We don't really have enough room for everyone here. Elder Xian said. Let's talk later, young master. Feng Yuxiang said to him before turning into a small ball of flame and going inside his body. Xiaohua also entered her necklace shortly later. The others then looked at Lan Yingying, wondering if she'll be doing something similar. Do you also want to enter my body? Yuan asked her, thinking that she also had the capability. However, Lan Yingying shook her head and said, I do not know how to do that. This is the best I can do. She then transformed into her serpent form, yet it was different from her usual form. Unlike her large beast form, Lan Yingying had transformed into a small and slender snake before wrapping herself around Yuan's wrist, turning into a bracelet of sorts. Wow! Elder Shan mumbled in a dazed voice, as she has never seen anything like this before. Are we all ready to leave? Long Yijuan asked them a moment later. Yes. Once everyone there was on a flying treasure, they took off into the sky and returned to the Dragon Essence Temple. A few hours later, they arrived at the sect. The three of you can go back to your living quarters for now to rest. We'll contact you again in 3 days. Long Yijuan said to the disciples. Yes, Sect Master. They nodded. Good work at the Mystic Realm, all of you. Elder Xian said. Yes. Great work indeed. Disciple Yuan, please wait for a moment. Long Yijuan stopped him right as he reached the door. And he said, the Dragon Temple will be opened in a week from now. I understand. Thank you, Sect Master. Yuan said to him before returning to his own living quarters with Meishio. After the disciples left, Long Yijuan sat down in his seat in an exhausted manner. What an experience it has been. He sighed. Chapter 388 Recalling his experience in the Mystic Realm. Not only did the Mystic Realm finish earlier than anticipated, but everything else is also a mess. We'll have a lot of work on our hands once the news spreads. Elder Shan said with a bittersweet smile. And she continued, at least we got first place. Long Yijuan shook his head and said, do you really think people will accept the results? Even if they won't say it to our faces, there will be plenty of people who think we don't deserve this rank, especially when the results are so questionable. That is true. 10 million points. I would also question it if I was in their shoes. Elder Shan agreed. What can we do at this point? She then asked. We can only prove to the world that we're worthy of this position. Long Yijuan spoke with a dignified expression on his face. How do we do that? Elder Shan asked. First, we're going to up the requirements to join the Dragon Essence Temple. Although we held a disciple examination recently, we will hold another one while the heat is still at its peak. Furthermore, while some people will question us, there will also be plenty of people who will admire us. Long Yijuan said. The elders there nodded with solemn looks on their faces. The Dragon Essence Temple will no longer be the same starting today. Once they were prepared, Long Yijuan and the other high-ranking sect elders gathered all of the disciples in the Dragon Essence Temple in one spot. Of course, Yuan and the other 2 Mystic Realm participants were exempted from this gathering. An hour later, every available disciple in the sect, regardless if they were busy or not, gathered at the summit peak, one of the most spacious areas in the sect. Over 30,000 disciples gathered at the place with the majority of them being outer court disciples, and they were standing the furthest away from the stage where Long Yijuan and the other elders were standing whilst the inner court and core disciples got the best seats in the front. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Long Yijuan spoke in a loud and clear voice. You must be wondering why I have returned to the sect so quickly and why I had gathered all of you here today. The Mystic Realm had ended earlier than anticipated. It was an unprecedented event. Secondly, I am here to announce the results of the Mystic Realm, and I am happy to declare that our Dragon Essence Temple has finally managed to take first place again after so many years. Woohoo! First place? Hell yeah! The thousands of disciples there immediately erupted with cheering from excitement. And in order to celebrate, we will be giving every single disciple extra allowances for the next 10 years. Long Yijuan announced, causing the excitement to skyrocket. After all, more allowances mean more resources, and more resources meant they get to cultivate just a little bit faster. In 3 days, I will introduce the 3 disciples that helped us achieve this feat, so make sure you're ready by then. After giving a small speech, Long Yijuan handed the stage to the sect elders and disappeared from the scene to prepare for other things. Meanwhile, inside Yuan's living quarters, Yuan said to the others, you guys can come out now. A second later, Feng Yuxiang came out of his chest and Xiao Hua came out of his necklace. Finally, Lan Yingying unwrapped herself from Yuan's wrist and transformed back into a human. Once everyone was present, Yuan said, let's introduce each other now. I will go first. Feng Yuxiang said, and she continued, "My name is Feng Yuxiang. I used to work as a store owner in the Golden Phoenix Bazaar, and I am now a proud servant for the young master. Oh, I am also a divine beast, a phoenix." A phoenix. Lan Yingying raised her eyebrows. This is her first time meeting another divine beast besides her grandfather and father. Meishio went next. "I am called Meishio, and I am something like a caretaker for Yuan. We've also known each other since childhood." Xiaohua. Xiaohua gave a brief introduction. "Nice to meet all of you. My name is Lan Yingying, and I am a native of the mystic realm. Just like Miss Feng, I am a divine beast, a divine serpent, to be exact." Lan Yingying then introduced herself. "A divine serpent, huh? What kind of serpent are you?" Feng Yuxiang asked her. "I'm not exactly sure." Lan Yingying said. "Do you have any special abilities, then?" "I can summon these white flames called sacred fire," she said. "White flames? I have never heard of that ability before." Feng Yuxiang shook her head. "How did you meet Brother Yuan?" Xiaohua suddenly asked with an intensive gaze. "I met him by chance at my previous lord's tablet." Lan Yingying said. "Allow me to explain," Yuan said, and he proceeded to explain his whole experience in the mystic realm to them until he reached the mystic pagoda. "Unbelievable. To think you had to fight so many demons in the mystic realm." Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice. Although Meishio told her about Yuan killing a demon, she didn't know he had to fight so many of them. "Where did you learn the demon sealing technique anyway, young master?" Feng Yuxiang then asked. "I learned it at some technique store," he said. Technique store. Xiaohua recalled the mysterious technique store that had a spirit king greeting guests at the door. "Anyways, after arriving at the mystic pagoda, we went to the highest floor, where we found a teleport formation that suddenly teleported us to this mythical place called Ancient Dragon City," Yuan said as he continued with his story. He then proceeded to recall everything that had happened in the Ancient Dragon City and how he managed to obtain a dragon's blood essence. "Blood essence from the dragon ancestor?" Feng Yuxiang exclaimed in a shocked manner after hearing about it, looking completely baffled. Chapter 389 Blood Essence. "Why, young master, by dragon ancestor, do you mean that dragon ancestor?" Feng Yuxiang asked him in a trembling voice. Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke, "Do you know the dragon ancestor?" "If it's the same dragon ancestor you're talking about, of course, I know him." "Oh, but it's not like I know him personally. He's just incredibly famous in the upper heavens," Feng Yuxiang said. "Oh? Tell me more," Yuan said, his eyes filled with interest. Feng Yuxiang nodded and said, "The dragon ancestor is one of the oldest divine beasts in existence who has existed ever since the primordial era, the earliest known era, and the dragon ancestor has built multiple empires and powerful families across the 9 heavens. He's so incredibly powerful and famous that many people revere the dragon ancestor as their god." "Many families across the 9 heavens, huh? I think it's the same dragon ancestor since that's what the royal family told me as well," Yuan said. "Heavens. You really obtained the dragon ancestor's blood essence?" "Not just his blood, but his blood essence. This is a priceless treasure even in the upper heavens, young master. I have no doubt that even gods would start a war for it." "What's the difference between regular blood and blood essence?" Yuan asked her. "The phoenix blood I gave you is considered regular blood since I can offer it quite easily. Blood essence, however, requires tedious effort and the individual's longevity to create." "Huh? Does that mean it'll take away your life?" Yuan's eyes widened. "That's right." Feng Yuxiang nodded, and she continued, "Blood essence requires one to sacrifice their longevity, and to cultivators, their longevity is extremely important, almost sacred, so you can imagine why blood essence is incredibly rare. Even true immortals that have indefinite longevity would not create blood essence carelessly because it could affect their cultivation, and that would be disastrous even if they lose a single level." "I see. Yuan mumbled. This makes me wonder. Why would the dragon ancestor risk so much to create his blood essence? Feng Yuxiang pondered. After a moment of silence, Yuan asked, should I consume the blood essence? Feng Yuxiang instantly stopped her thoughts and looked at him with wide eyes. Absolutely not. She loudly exclaimed, startling everyone in the room. I'm sorry for shouting at you like that, young master, but you must not consume the blood essence because your body cannot handle it. The dragon ancestor is a godlike being at the peak of the cultivation world, and its blood essence would obviously contain an immense amount of energy. It would be like an ant trying to drink all of the water in an ocean. Feng Yuxiang said. Actually, can I take a look at the blood essence? Yuan nodded and retrieved his dragon spatial ring before taking out the bottle and showing it to her. Feng Yuxiang narrowed her eyes at the single drop of blood with a pondering look on her serious face. After a moment of silence, she spoke, even considering your abnormal talents, you shouldn't consume this blood essence until you're at least a spirit emperor, young master, because it will definitely kill you in an instant. Spirit emperor? The blood essence is that powerful? Yuan's jaw dropped. How long would it take him to reach spirit emperor? He cannot even imagine. Young master, this blood essence came from a godlike being that has reached the peak of cultivation. It's not something a mere spirit master can consume. And telling you to consume it at spirit emperor is already incredibly dangerous and almost suicidal. I wouldn't tell even spirit sovereigns to consume this blood essence under normal circumstances. I understand. Yuan nodded. However, there are methods you can use that'll allow you to consume the dragon ancestor's blood essence without waiting until spirit emperor, and that requires you to dilute the blood essence until it's weak enough for you to consume it. Of course, this method isn't recommended, as it'll greatly weaken the effects of the blood essence. It's okay, I'll just wait until I am a spirit emperor. I am in no rush to consume the blood essence, anyway. Yuan said. After all, his purpose for playing this game was never to rush to the peak as soon as possible. After he finished recalling his experience in the mystic realm to the others, Xiaohua asked him, Brother Yuan, what are your plans now? I am going to enter the dragon temple before I leave the sect and explore the lower heavens some more. After that, I will ascend the stairway to heaven. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Yuan then turned to look at Meili and asked her, what about you? When do you want to start cultivating? Whenever, I guess. Meili casually responded, as she has no real motivation to become a cultivator. Sometime later, Yuan spoke, since I cannot consume the blood essence now, what about these demon cores? I have already eaten one, so I know that's not a problem. He then showed them the 2 demon cores Grandpa Lan gave him. Demon cores? These will fetch good money if you sell them, young master. If my store was still open, I'd put these demon cores on the top floor, no doubt. I don't need money, so I'll keep them for now, Yuan said. Feng Yuxiang looked at the demon cores with a pondering expression. If you want to consume them like monster cores, I'd only suggest consuming that one. Feng Yuxiang pointed to the demon core on the left. And she continued, you'll reach Spirit Grandmaster if you consume that one, but if you consume the other one, you'll risk breaking through to Spirit Lord, which will force you to ascend to the next heaven because only Spirit Grandmasters are allowed in the lower heavens. With some exceptions like Xiaohua, I guess. I see. Then I'll just consume the weaker one and break through to Spirit Grandmaster first. Yuan said before taking that demon core and tossing it inside his mouth. Xiaohua and Feng Yuxiang had a mini heart attack after seeing his sudden actions, as this was their first time seeing someone eat demon cores, and they were not prepared for it. Chapter 390 Taking a Break. Heaven Refining Physique has activated. Qi has been absorbed from the demon core, you have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough, you have reached first level Spirit Grandmaster, plus 25,000 stats, your body has cleansed the impurities from the demon core, your skill perfect regeneration has improved slightly, you have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough, you have reached 2nd level Spirit Grandmaster, plus 26,000 stats. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough, you have reached 3rd level Spirit Grandmaster, plus 27,000 stats, Yuan's. Cultivation soared all the way to the 3rd level Spirit Grandmaster after consuming the Demon Core. Heavens, young master. You're almost at my level. At this rate, you'll definitely surpass me. Feng Yuxiang mumbled in a dazed voice as the aura of a Spirit Grandmaster emitted from Yuan's body. Actually, if you consume the other Demon Core, you'll definitely surpass me. However, if you do that, Yuan smiled and said, I will leave the other Demon Core for when I don't have to worry about ascending in the spirit heaven. Sometime later, Yuan said, I'm going to take a good rest before I enter the Dragon Temple. Take a good rest, brother Yuan. You deserve it. Xiaohua said to him before returning to her necklace. I'll let you rest as well, young master. Call us if you need anything. Feng Yuxiang said. Thank you for everything. I look forward to working for you, my lord. Rest well. Lan Yingying said, turning herself into a bracelet on his wrist. What should we do now? Meishio asked him. We can log off for the day, he said. Okay. I will start preparing for dinner. Meishio said before logging off the game. Yuan followed her and logged off shortly after. In the real world, Yuan continued to cultivate his cultivation. Although he took a slight break to focus on the mystic realm, his progress didn't slow down too much, and in just a single night, he had a breakthrough, reaching the 6th level Spirit Warrior. And with this breakthrough, Yuan could feel and move his body slightly better. It's only a matter of time now. Perhaps if I reach Spirit Master, I will be able to move properly again. Yuan used this motivation to help him cultivate through the night despite finding cultivation somewhat boring at times due to its repetitiveness. The following day, Yuan decided to skip and continue to improve his cultivation. And since Yuan wasn't playing, Meishio also took a break, using her time to surf the internet for more information about the game and other things instead. There's already 5 billion people on this forum. It was only 4 billion just a week ago, and this doesn't even take into account those players who don't use this forum. This game sure is growing at a crazy rate. Meishio mumbled to herself. Although she has seen her fair share of video games growing popular quickly, none of them could hold a candle to cultivation online that has more than half of the world's population actively playing the game. At this rate, the entire world is going to be playing this game. Meishio began looking through the forum, and sure enough, it was littered with threads about player Yuan and the mystic realm. Player Yuan slaughters over 50 participants at once. Player Yuan has obtained an ancient grade servant. What could an ancient grade servant possibly look like? Click here to find out. Player Yuan refuses to ascend to the spirit heaven. Player Yuan takes first place in the mystic realm, achieving 10 million points. The majority of the forum was talking about player Yuan, which wasn't surprising after what happened at the mystic realm, one of the biggest events in the lower heavens. Unfortunately, only a handful of players were able to participate in the event due to the limiting slots, or the mystic realm would have been an even hotter topic. After losing track of time surfing the web, Meishio was snapped out of her daze when her phone suddenly began ringing. Yuro? Meishio picked up the phone after seeing her name. Meishio. Guess what? Yuro's excited voice resounded from the phone. What? My father has announced to all of the players in the company that whoever meets the requirements to wield the frozen jade zither gets to use it. Yuro said. Is that something to be excited about? Meishio asked. Of course. This means I will also have a chance to obtain it. Yuro said. But do you even have the time to play the game? Considering your schedule, it'll be incredibly hard if not outright impossible for you to beat the others who have much more time on their hands. Meishio said. Hee hee. I kept the best news for last. Listen up, Meishio. Because of Cultivation Online's massive popularity and potential, there have been a lot of students and even teachers skipping school just to play the game. Therefore, the principal has decided to cut school short this year. What? They can do that? Meili mumbled in a dazed voice. Of course, the principal asked all of the parents for approval, and to my surprise, the majority of parents agreed, since they also want their kids to start playing the game. Unbelievable. How is that going to work, anyway? Well, the school will try to cram all lessons that would have been taught throughout the year into a single month, so starting next month, I will be able to play the game seriously. Yuan said. And she continued, you know what's the crazy part, Meili? Our school isn't the first to do this. In fact, plenty of schools have already closed due to cultivation online. A new era of gaming is upon us. I can feel it. Sometime later, Yuan asked, is brother available right now? I would like to speak with him. He should be available since he's taking a break from cultivation online. I'll go knock on his door now. Meili said. Chapter 391 Family Assignment. Yuan, are you awake? Yuan is on the phone, and she would like to speak with you. Meili called for him after knocking on the door. Yuan? I am awake. Yuan stopped cultivating after hearing Meixi's voice. Meili entered his room the next moment and placed the phone beside his pillow and the call on speaker. Brother? Yuan called for him. I'm here, Yuan. It's been a while since I heard your voice, brother. How have you been doing? I've been doing great. That's good to hear. First and foremost, allow me to congratulate you on your victory during the Mystic Realm. I knew you'd crush the other participants. Thank you. It was a great experience in the Mystic Realm. Yuan said. I also heard that you managed to obtain an ancient grade servant. What kind of servant is it this time? Yuan then asked. Her name is Lan Yingying, and she's a divine beast like Feng Feng, but she's a divine serpent. Serpent? Does this mean she's a snake? I'm not good with snakes. Yuan spoke in a shaky voice. Don't worry, she won't bite. And she's usually in her human form, so you don't even realize that she's a snake most of the time. Oh, she can transform like Feng Feng? That's interesting. Can all divine beasts do that? I heard all magical beasts can transform into humans if they reach a certain cultivation base. I see. Can you tell me a little of what you experienced inside the Mystic Realm? After that, I will tell you some good news. Yuan said. Okay. Yuan proceeded to recall his experience in the Mystic Realm and the ancient dragon city to Yuan through the phone. Whoa. You got to meet dragons and go to a world above the clouds? I am jealous. If only I was there with you. Yuan sighed. And she continued, yet that one girl. Ah, forget it. I will make up for it in a month. What are you talking about? Yuan asked her. Hee hee. Guess what, brother? My school will be closing early due to too many students skipping school to play. Therefore, starting next month, I will be able to play every day. Yuan revealed. What? They can do that? Yuan was dumbfounded by this. Apparently. What are your plans now that there's no school? Yuan asked her. I am going to play seriously and try to be the first to obtain enough stats to use the frozen jade zither. Yuan said. The frozen jade zither? Yes. Father said whoever gets enough stats to wield it gets to use it. Yuan said. I see, the requirements. I will probably need to be around Spirit Master before I can wield it, right? Considering the requirements, yes, brother, since you're number one when it comes to cultivation. Do you have any tips for your cute little sister that'll help me cultivate faster? Yuan asked him. Honestly, I don't even cultivate normally according to Xiaohua and the others. I consume monster cores to increase my cultivation, but that's only possible because of my unique physique. As for normal players like you, I think the best thing to do is find a superior cultivation technique. Yuan said. I see. A superior cultivation technique, huh? Looks like I will have to either buy it from the auction house or something. Yuan sighed. Huh? You're going to buy it from the auction house? Why? Yuan immediately asked. Well, that's where most people get their desired items nowadays, not to mention the marketplace. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain techniques and treasures in the game? You might not be aware since you're blessed by the gods in that game, we ordinary players have to slave ourselves to obtain even an ordinary technique. Luckily for me, I have some cash saved up, so I should be able to buy a decent cultivation technique. Yuan, let's not be hasty and waste your money. If you need a good cultivation technique, I will try to find one for you, and it'll be free. Yuan said. Oh really? Yuan's excited voice quickly resounded. Yes. I am going to help Meili find her cultivation technique after the Dragon Temple. At that time, I will try to look for one for you as well. Thank you, brother. Mwah. Yuan kissed him through the phone. Anyways, I am going to go now. Because the school will be closing early, they are going to cramp all of the lessons together, meaning I will be busier than ever. See you later, brother. You too, Meili. Yuan hung up shortly after. Once Yuan left, Yuan returned to his cultivation whilst Meili continued spending her time on the internet. Meanwhile, inside Cultivation Online, a young lady knocked on the doors to Yuan's living quarters and patiently waited for him to come out. However, when nobody showed up even many minutes later, the young lady turned around and left his place, returning to her own home that was only next door. I wanted to congratulate him for taking first place in the mystic realm, but alas. Meili sighed. After spending some time inside her own room, Meili noticed her communication jade slip trembling. Somebody was trying to send a message to her. She activated the communication jade slip to hear the message. Meili, our parents have ordered you to meet with this disciple Yuan from the Dragon Essence Temple and make him join the Min family. Even if he already belongs to another family, do whatever you must to make him join us. Meili was speechless after listening to this message that came from one of her elder brothers. The family has assigned her to make disciple Yuan join the Min family? They must have heard about his achievements in the mystic realm. What a headache. She sighed. Chapter 392 Looking for Disciple Yuan. On the second day of Yuan's break, Meili tried to knock on his door again after her failed attempt the previous day, but alas, nobody answered. Could he be at the Dragon Pavilion? Thinking this, Meili went to the Dragon Pavilion to find him. Good morning, Fairy Min. Fairy Min, where are you going today? On her way to the Dragon Pavilion, the other disciples would approach her in hopes for something, anything at all. Once Shed arrived at the Dragon Pavilion, the disciples there also approached her, almost like she was a celebrity or something. Fairy Min, are you here to dine today? It's on me. Why don't you come with us, Fairy Min? I'm just here to look around. Meili said as she walked around the Dragon Pavilion, hoping to see a masked individual sitting at one of the tables. Unfortunately, she was unable to find Disciple Yuan anywhere in the Dragon Pavilion, so she decided to give up for the day and return to her own room to practice her cultivation. However, not long into her cultivation, Meili felt her communication jade slip tremble again. Have you spoken to Disciple Yuan yet? Our parents said they need you to report to them your progress every day. Her elder brother asked her. Not yet. He's currently unavailable, so I cannot find him, much less speak with him. Meili relayed this message back to her elder brother. Not even a minute later, another message arrived. I don't want to hear any excuses. Every minute you're not speaking with him is every minute you're giving our competitors. Our parents really want Disciple Yuan. You know what will happen if you disappoint them, right? What am I supposed to do if he's not home and I don't know where to find him? Meili asked. Then find someone who does. Meili sighed, and she stopped her cultivation to go outside. Besides the sect master, who might know Disciple Yuan's location. It's not like I can just request an audience with the sect master to ask about Disciple Yuan. Meili sighed again. Oh, right. Xian Wuhan might know something since she's Elder Xian's granddaughter. Thus, Meili went to look for Xian Wuhan in the court disciples area. Normally, outer court disciples cannot go inside the inner court unless they were on a mission, but considering Meili's background, who would dare to refuse her entry? After reaching Xian Wuhan's living quarters, she knocked on the doors. A few moments later, Xian Wuhan came outside. Disciple Min? What are you doing here? Xian Wuhan asked her. Sorry if I am bothering you, but do you happen to know where Disciple Yuan is? I need to speak with him about some urgent matters. Meili said. Urgent matters? I don't know, but I can ask my grandpa. Give me a moment. Xian Wuhan said before taking out her communication jade slip and sending Elder Xian a message. A minute later, Elder Xian responded. Disciple Yuan should be resting inside his living quarters. He didn't check out of the sect or anything since we returned from the mystic realm. I can try sending him a message. A few minutes later, Elder Xian messaged Xian Wuhan again. Unfortunately, Disciple Yuan isn't responding. He's most likely busy right now. There you have it. Xian Wuhan said. I see. Thank you for your help. Meili said before turning around in a dejected manner. Xian Wuhan raised her eyebrows after seeing her gloomy mood, and she asked, Did something happen? What's this urgent matter you need to take care of? Mind telling me? It's just some family business. Meili said. The Min family? After pondering for a moment, Xian Wuhan realized something. Oh, I see. Your family is trying to recruit Disciple Yuan into their family after what happened at the Mystic Realm, huh? I totally understand. An 18-year-old had managed to reach Spirit Master. I would also want him for myself if I was part of the 7 legacy families. You don't understand a thing, Disciple Xian, and I don't mean any offense. I have been assigned by my parents to recruit Disciple Yuan, and if I do not achieve this goal, they might kick me out of the family, and that's the least of my concerns. Being part of the 7 legacy families may seem nice and all from the outside, but they don't know how much we have to struggle to receive even the slightest recognition from our own family. Meanwhile, if we make even the slightest mistake, all hell would break loose and everyone in the family will look at you like they have a grudge against you. Perfection, this is what keeps the 7 legacy families at the top. Xian Wuhan was speechless after hearing Meili's words. Well, I highly doubt Disciple Yuan would join any of the 7 legacy families, so what are you going to do? Xian Wuhan asked her. Prepare for the worst, I guess. Meili shrugged. I mean, if you tell Disciple Yuan about your situation, maybe he'll help you out. He's that type of person, too. Meili shook her head. While that's true, I don't want to take advantage of his kindness. Although I may be desperate, I am not that desperate. I can only say good luck to you, Disciple Min, Xian Wuhan said to her. Thank you. Meili disappeared from the inner court shortly after, and she returned to Yuan's living quarters. After knocking on his doors again, Meili proceeded to sit in front of his doorsteps. Guess I'll have to sit here until he returns. Meili sighed inwardly as she began cultivating in front of Yuan's doorstep. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed since the mystic realm ended. After eating breakfast made by Meishio, Yuan waited for her to finish cleaning the dishes before they entered the game together. Chapter 393 A Strict Family. Once they returned to the game, Yuan could feel the communication jade slip Elder Xian gave him tremble. Disciple Yuan, where are you right now? I am inside my room. Yuan responded. A few moments later, Elder Xian responded, that was yesterday's message. I guess you were absorbed in cultivation or something. Elder Xian said. Were you looking for me? Yuan then asked. I am not the one who was looking for you. It was Disciple Min that wanted to speak with you. Elder Xian said to him. Disciple Min? Why? No clue, but it sounded like she really needed to speak with you. I understand. I will speak with her. Oh, right. The sect master said to gather at the summit peak this afternoon for your rewards. Okay. I will be there. Sometime later, Yuan said, I know we just ate, but I want to eat some more food at the Dragon Pavilion since it feels like it's been so long since I last tasted their food. Meili didn't say anything and merely nodded. The two of them left the house shortly after, and to their surprise, there was a person sitting in front of their doorstep. Yuan raised his eyebrows as he called out, Disciple Min? What are you doing? Why are you sitting there? Meili stopped cultivating and turned around to see a masked figure and a beautiful young lady standing behind her. Disciple Yuan? She mumbled. Yes? Why you? You have been inside the entire time? Did you not hear my knocking? Sorry, I just came back. Yuan shook his head. And he continued, I hope you didn't wait for too long, not long. Only for 2 days. Meili said as she stood up. Anyways, don't worry about it. It's not your fault that I suddenly need to speak with you. I'm just glad that I don't have to wait a week to speak with you. Did something happen? Yuan then asked. Meili nodded and said, It's about my family, but let's talk somewhere more private if you don't mind. We were about to go to the Dragon Pavilion for some food before the gathering. Sounds good. Meili said, and then she turned to look at Meili. She doesn't look like a disciple, oh, right. This is my friend and caretaker, Meili. I hope you don't mind having her with us. And this is a fellow disciple, Meili. Yuan introduced them to each other. Hello, Meili said to her in a calm manner. Hello. I don't mind. Meili said, feeling a little awkward. Sometime later, they arrived at the Dragon Pavilion. After taking a seat in their usual spot and ordering their food, Yuan asked Meili, So what happened to your family? Meili released a sigh before she spoke. Do you remember our conversation before? About you joining my family? Yes, I do. Yuan nodded. Well, now that my family knows of your existence because of the Mystic Realm, they have officially assigned me to recruit you into my family, and they have been bugging me since then. I see, so this is about that matter. I haven't told my family that I already tried to recruit you, so they're unaware of that for now. However, I am also scared to tell them that I had failed, as failure isn't accepted in the Min family. You see, being one of the 7 legacy families, our parents' expectations for us are extremely high. In their eyes, anything besides perfect is unacceptable, and failure is worse than death in some cases. What a strict family. But I can somehow relate. Yuan sighed. Disciple Yuan, I know you don't want to join any families, but can you at the very least follow me back to the Min family so they won't blame me too much for not being able to recruit you? Meili then asked him. If I don't show any results, they'll turn me into a laughing stock before selling me to another family. Please. I am begging you. Meili lowered her head and spoke in a pleading voice. Please raise your head, Disciple Min. I just have to meet your family and tell them I don't want to join their family, right? I don't mind. However, I won't be able to meet them right now. That's fine. I think. Meili said. When will you be able to meet them? She then asked. I don't know, but it will have to be after I leave the Dragon Essence Temple. Wait. You're going to leave the sect? Why? Meili stared at him with wide eyes. I only joined the sect for the experience, and I think I already have plenty, he said. When are you planning to leave? And what are you going to do afterward? Well, I still have something to do in the sect, but I have no idea when I will finish it. Though, it's supposed to start in 4 days. After I leave the sect, I am going to explore the lower heaven some more before I ascend to spirit heaven through the stairway to heaven. Meili was speechless. Of course, she has heard about Yuan refusing to follow Senior Nya back to spirit heaven. To think he'd rather climb to the next realm through his own efforts and not with the help of someone else, she cannot help but admire him for that, especially since she has been relying on her own family this entire time. If I had even a portion of his resolve, perhaps I wouldn't need to rely on the Min family to ascend, she thought to herself. Sometime later, the food they had ordered many minutes ago finally started to fill the table. Please enjoy your meal, seniors. If you need anything, I will be right over there. A familiar face said to them. Thank you, Disciple Chu, Yuan said to him. Let's talk more about your situation later, Disciple Min. For now, we should enjoy the food. Okay. Meili nodded, and they began eating the food shortly after. Chapter 394 Golden Dragon Badge. Every time I come here, there is something new on the menu, and they always taste amazing. I am going to miss this place the most when I leave the sect. Yuan said after swallowing the last bite. Hearing Yuan's words, Meili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He would be the only person in the sect who would say such a word. At the end of their meal, right as they were about to leave, Meili's communication jade slip suddenly trembled. Meili expected to hear a message from her elder brother, but to her surprise, it was her father who messaged her. What is your progress with recruiting Disciple Yuan? We have received information that the other families have already sent people to the Dragon Essence Temple to recruit him. We cannot waste any more time. Although it was a simple question, Meili didn't dare to respond so casually. Greetings, esteemed father. I have just spoken with Disciple Yuan, and he has agreed to come to the Min family for a meeting. A moment later, her father responded. Just a meeting? Your mission is to recruit Disciple Yuan into our family. We don't need any less than that. Meili, you are currently the least accomplished in the family, and we have given you this chance to redeem yourself. Do whatever you must to secure him, even if you have to use your body. Meili bit her lips after hearing her father's words that essentially told her to sacrifice her body in order to secure Yuan. Even though she gave Yuan the same offer previously, it still felt bitter to hear it coming from her own parents. If you cannot even accomplish such a simple task, then you're worthless to us. We might as well give you to the other families at that point. At least you'll be worth something at that time. I understand, esteemed father. I will speak with Disciple Yuan again. Meili said before sending the message back. She then looked at Yuan, who was sitting beside her with a deep frown on his face, as had heard everything just now. And here I thought I had the worst parents in the world. Yuan mumbled in a voice of disbelief. What should I do now, Disciple Yuan? My parents won't accept anything less than you joining the family. She sighed. Well. Any chance of me joining your family just disappeared, no offense to you. Yuan said to her. I don't blame you. Hell, I would leave this family if I could, but unfortunately, I don't think I have the capabilities to ascend to the spirit heaven without their help. Meili sighed. That's nonsense. Yuan suddenly said, and he continued, you won't know that unless you try. Thank you, Disciple Yuan. Meili said with a bittersweet smile on her face. Suddenly, Meili's communication jade slip trembled again. However, she was not the only one, as it was happening to every disciple in the sect at this moment. All disciples in the sect will gather at the summit peak in 30 minutes. Don't you dare be late. Long Yijin's voice resounded from the jade slip. Let's continue this talk afterward, Yuan said to her. Okay. She nodded. A few moments later, Yuan wore his mask and left the dragon pavilion with Meili and Meishiu. Of course, since the sect master commanded all disciples to be at the gathering, this included the disciples working at the dragon pavilion, which meant they had to close the place down temporarily. In fact, every single building in the Dragon Essence Temple had to close its doors temporarily for this gathering. Half an hour later, tens of thousands of disciples gathered at the summit peak. Thank you all for coming here. Although we already had a gathering 3 days ago, that was done without the participants who participated in the mystic realm. Today, we will have another gathering in honor of those 3 participants who helped our Dragon Essence Temple achieve first place. Core Disciple Gao, Core Disciple Shui, and last but not least, Disciple Yuan, please come to the stage. Long Yuan called them out. A few moments later, 3 people could be seen walking onto the stage before standing next to each other in a line. The first was Gao Dongya, a handsome young man who was renowned for his crazy cultivation talents. The second was Jie, an up-and-coming beauty who was also famous for her talents. The third person was Yuan, who was still wearing his mask. As for his clothing, had changed back into his inner court disciple's uniform. Why is he wearing a mask? The disciples were puzzled by the mask on Yuan's face. In the presence of so many people, it was only natural for Yuan to be wearing his mask. After all, there could be other players amongst this large crowd of disciples, and it would be disastrous if he revealed his face that could potentially reveal his identity in the future. Today, the Dragon Essence Temple will be rewarding these 3 young heroes for their achievements in the mystic realm. Core Disciple Gao and Core Disciple Shui, step forward. Long Yuan said to them. Gao Dongya and Jie quickly took a step forward. Long Yuan then stood in front of them and handed each of them a golden badge. The Dragon Essence Temple rewards both Core Disciple Gao and Core Disciple Shui the Golden Dragon Badge for their contributions in the mystic realm. Thank you, Sect Master. Both Gao Dongya and Jie accepted the badges, yet the smile on their faces was completely stiff, almost like they were forcing themselves to smile. After all, neither of them believed they deserved any reward, as they barely did anything in the mystic realm. However, since they were before so many people and the sect master, it was impossible for them to refuse the Golden Dragon Badge, so they accepted it with bitter smiles on their faces. In their mind, the Golden Dragon Badge, that is one of the most honorable rewards in the Dragon Essence Temple, was nothing more than a participation trophy for them. Chapter 395 Obsidian Dragon Medallion. Once they'd accepted their Golden Dragon Badge, Gao Dongya and Jie stepped back. Disciple Yuan, step forward. Long Yuan called him forward. A moment later, Long Yuan stood in front of him and showed him a badge that looked different from the ones Gao Dongya and Jie received. The Dragon Essence Temple awards Disciple Yuan for his massive contribution in the mystic realm, the highest honor that has only been given out 2 other times since the sect's founding, the Obsidian Dragon Medallion, becoming the 3rd person to ever obtain it in the sect's history. As long as you have this medallion, your status within the sect is akin to that of a sect master, and the disciples must respect and treat you as such. Furthermore, this still applies even if you one day decide to part with the sect, granted that you don't betray us. Long Yuan handed Yuan a black medallion shaped like a dragon. Compared to the badge the other 2 obtained, Yuan's badge was crafted with a jade-like material and shaped like the dragon, whilst their badges were just ordinary golden medallions with word engravings. Thank you, Sect Master. Yuan accepted the badge with a bright smile on his face. Despite obtaining many trophies in his life, he always finds it a joy to receive a reward for his work, as that meant his efforts meant something for someone and were not wasted. Disciples, give a good round of applause for these 3 young heroes. Long Yuan turned to face the audience and said loudly. The summit peak immediately exploded with cheering and clapping, and it would not stop until a few minutes later. Once the noises subsided, Long Yuan gave a short speech about the participants and the mystic realm before dismissing everyone but the participants. I have more rewards for you 3. Come with me to the treasury hall. Long Yuan said to them. Give me a moment, Sect Master, Yuan said to him before going to where Meili and Meili were waiting. You 2 can go back to the house first. I will return as soon as I'm done with the Sect Master. Okay. They both nodded and left the scene together. Sometime later, Yuan and the other 2 participants followed Long Yuan to the treasury hall. The 2 of you can pick any treasure you want from the treasury hall. Disciple Yuan, you can pick 2 because of your contribution. Long Yuan said to them. However, Gao Dongya suddenly opened his mouth and said, Sect Master, I cannot accept this reward. Oh. Long Yuan raised his eyebrows. As much as I hate to admit it, we didn't do anything to contribute to the mystic realm's result. It was all Disciple Yuan. Before we could even reach the mystic pagoda, we were kicked out, barely obtaining any points. If it were not for Disciple Yuan, I cannot even imagine what place the Dragon Essence Temple would be right now. I don't even deserve the last reward, much less this one. Gao Dongya explained his reason for not accepting this reward. Kicked out? Oh. I forgot about them. I'm sorry. Yuan suddenly realized that had accidentally kicked out his own teammates when he commanded the Mystic Realm to kick all participants out, and he apologized to them inwardly. I agree with Disciple Gao, Sect Master. I won't be able to accept this reward. If I could, I would even return the last reward. Shuejia said to him. The Sect Master looked at them with a calm expression. After a moment of silence, he nodded, very well. And if you're feeling guilty about receiving the first reward, don't be. It wasn't your fault that you were kicked out of the Mystic Realm. It was an unknown phenomenon that none of us could have expected. And he continued, and since you won't be picking a treasure in the Treasury Hall, I will give you guys some spirit stones to cultivate with instead. Thank you, Sect Master. Gao Dongya and Shuejia bowed to Long Yijuan before leaving the scene. You're quite the honorable guy, Disciple Gao. I truly didn't expect that from you. Shuejia said to him afterward. Gao Dongya merely snorted at her words before parting from her. Meanwhile, back at the Treasury Hall, Long Yijuan brought Yuan into the vault where they stored most of their valuable treasures. Go ahead. Pick whichever two, you know what? Since the other two refused to pick a treasure, I will give you 3 treasures instead of 2. If you need help with an item, just ask me and I'll tell you what it does. And you can take your time. Long Yijuan said to him. Okay. Yuan nodded, and he proceeded to walk around the place, taking his time to look at the description of every treasure inside the room. Dragon Flower, Tier 4 Medicine, Description, a flower that resembles the shape of a dragon. Grants immense strength to the user for 15 minutes, Dragon Ginseng, Tier 4 Medicine, Description, requires 100 years to fully mature. Mostly used as an ingredient in alchemy. Dragon Bough, Grade, Earth, Quality, High, Physical Strength required, 8,000, Mental Strength required, 12,000, Description, a luxurious longbow made of spirit wood and dragon silk. As one would expect from a sect with the word dragon in it, there were a lot of treasures related to dragons. However, even after looking at every single treasure in the Treasury Hall, Yuan was unable to pick a treasure. Though, it was not because there were no treasures that caught his attention. In fact, there were too many choices and he couldn't just pick 1 or 2 out of thousands. I already have enough treasure, and none of the ones in here are better than the ones I already have. I should pick these treasures with Meili and Yu in mind since they don't have much. Yuan thought to himself. And with that in mind, Yuan went through the treasures in the room. However, instead of thinking about what he wanted, he looked at the treasures as though he was choosing presents for Meili and Yu. Xiaohua, Feng Feng, Yingying, which of these treasures do you think would be suitable for Meili and Yu? Yuan decided to turn to the experts for help. Not only were they more experienced than him when it comes to treasures, but they were also females. Chapter 396 Dragon Ruby Ring. Brother Yuan, what about that Earth-grade treasure that looks like a fan? Yu uses a fan, right? It might fit her. Xiaohua was the first to give him advice. That fan, huh? Hearing that, Yuan went to look at the treasure again. Dragon Fan, Grade, Earth, Quality, High, Physical Strength required, 5,000, Mental Strength required, 10,000, Description, 150% increased damage. Lowers the cost of chi for all techniques when using this weapon by 30%. Indeed, this might be the perfect treasure for Yu. Thanks, Xiaohua. He then turned to look at Long Yijuan standing at the entrance and said, Sect Master, for my first pick, I want this Dragon Fan. Dragon Fan? Long Yijuan raised his eyebrows. He was puzzled as to why Yuan would pick such an uncommon weapon. Does he use the fan as well as the sword and dagger? If that's your choice, go ahead and take it. The dragon fan has been sitting in this vault for many years now because nobody really uses the fan nowadays. Long Yuan said a moment later. Really? Why? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Well, most cultivators view the fan that is normally small and fragile looking as a weapon for the weak. Its elegant and graceful appearance also doesn't help because most cultivators would rather pick something powerful or popular weapons like swords. I see. That makes sense. But my sister likes the fan, so I am getting it for her. You have a sister? Long Yuan was surprised to hear this for the first time. Yes. He nodded. She's lucky to have a brother like you. Long Yuan smiled. No, it's the other way around. I am lucky to have a caring sister like her. If not for her, I wouldn't be here right now. Yuan said calmly. Is that so? Long Yuan was speechless, and he wondered what kind of person she was. After all, the sister of such a genius surely must be quite the genius herself. After picking the first treasure, Yuan continued to look around. What about Meili? What kind of treasure would fit her? Yuan asked the experts. Unfortunately, none of them knew Meili enough. Young master, we don't know much about Meili. You should know what she wants much better than us. Feng Yuxiang said to him. While it is true that I have known her for a very long time, I don't actually know her very well, as she's usually very silent in the way that she doesn't talk much about her own desires. Because Meili was trained to be a servant, even if Yuan asked her what she wanted, she probably wouldn't be able to answer him. After all, as a professional servant, Meili was only taught to care for her masters, not herself. Guess I will look around one more time. Yuan mumbled to himself as he walked around the vault for the third time. Yuan suddenly stopped at the end of the room when he noticed a red flicker in the corner of his eyes. He approached this red light to see a silver ring with a red crystal sitting inside a small red box. Dragon Ruby Ring, Grade, Heaven, Quality, Medium, Description, increases the user's base mental strength and mental defense by 30%. 50,000 increase limit. Sec Master, I think I want to choose this ring for my second treasure, Yuan said to him, feeling a strong urge to take this ring that he had somehow managed to miss 2 times. Oh, the Dragon Ruby Ring? It will greatly boost one's mental strength and defenses. It's a great treasure that even has a legend behind it according to the expert that appraised it. Legend? What kind? Yuan asked, his interest piqued. Well, legend has it that it once belonged to the royal family of a certain dragon clan, and that red crystal was forged with a drop of dragon's blood, hence the red color despite that type of material not existing in red. Oh, it was also found by the founder when he ventured inside the Dragon Temple. In fact, most of these treasures were found inside the Dragon Temple. Long Yuan said. The Dragon Temple, huh? My anticipation for that place just went up even more. Yuan said. Yes, look forward to it when you enter in 4 days. Long Yuan said with a smile. A few moments later, Yuan returned to look for the third treasure. Both Meili and Uro have a treasure now, but I still have one treasure to pick. What should I pick? Yuan wondered inwardly. He then asked the experts, do any of you want something from this place? Xiaohua doesn't need anything. Xiaohua said. I also don't need anything, but thank you for the offer, young master. Feng Yuxian said. What about you, Yingying? I am also fine without anything, she said. Suddenly, Long Yuan said, if you cannot pick your last treasure, may I give you a recommendation? Okay. Yuan nodded. Long Yuan then went to pick a treasure and showed it to Yuan. You have soul weapons, right? This bottle right here contains a special liquid called soul liquid. If you pour some of it on your soul weapons, it will increase its growth rate until it levels up. Oh, this does sound quite useful, Yuan said. Okay, I will choose this as my third treasure. Thank you, Sec Master. Yuan said to him. Ha. I should be thanking you, disciple Yuan. Long Yuan laughed. Anyways, I will contact you in 4 days when the Dragon Temple is ready. Until then, you can do whatever you want. Sometime later, Yuan left the treasury hall and returned to his own living quarters, where Meili and Meili were waiting. Meili, here is a treasure I picked for you. Yuan immediately handed her the dragon ruby ring. Thank you. Meili was at a loss for words when Yuan suddenly handed her a ring, as it felt like he was proposing to her. Chapter 397 Looking for Solutions. After accepting the dragon ruby ring from Yuan, Meili immediately wore the ring on her right hand, as it would draw too much attention if she wore it on the other hand. Meili watched their little section with a weird look on her face, and she silently wondered if they were really just friends or something more than that. Okay, Disciple Min, let's talk more about the situation. What would you like me to do for you in this situation? Because I cannot join your family, but if I don't, you'll be unjustly punished by your parents, and I cannot do nothing about it after learning about it. Yuan sat down and asked her. I honestly don't know. I have been thinking about it ever since I received my father's message, but I cannot think of a good solution to my problem. Perhaps I was never destined to ascend to the spirit heaven. Maybe it's my fate to stay in the lower heaven and be treated like an object by my family, who will eventually sell me to another family, where I'll be treated even worse. Meili shuddered at the thought of being sold to another family and becoming their plaything. I won't let that happen to you, Yuan said with a stern look on his face. And he continued, I know exactly how it feels to be treated badly by your own parents. Although I don't know what I can do, I will definitely do something about it. I promise. And even though you say it's not my fault, it is my problem since I am the reason you're in this situation. Disciple Yuan. Thank you. And sorry. Meili felt a strong urge to pounce at Yuan and kiss him at this moment, but she restrained herself by crying instead. Give me a few days to think about it, okay? I will try to think of something in the meantime. Yuan said to her. Okay. Meili nodded. Sometime later, Meili returned to her own living quarters. Once Meili left the scene, Yuan laid back on the couch in an exhausted manner. What should I do now? Xiao Hua. Feng Feng. Ying. Anybody. Yuan cried for their help. The 3 servants appeared before him a moment later. I told you the 7 legacy families are a bunch of selfish people who only care about their reputation, young master. I say you should stay as far away from the Min family as possible. Feng Yuxiang said to him. But what about Disciple Min's situation? I cannot ignore her. Yuan said. As much as I hate to say this, young master, but you should probably ignore her as well and let her handle the situation by herself, since helping her might bring unwanted trouble for you. The cultivation world is sometimes cold-hearted and brutal like this. Yuan shook his head and said in a calm voice, the cultivation world may be cold-hearted, but I am not like that. I may be a cultivator, but the cultivation world does not and will not define my character or morals. Feng Yuxiang was speechless after hearing his grand speech that touched her heart. I know the pain and stress Disciple Min is feeling right now because I was also mistreated by my parents. Hell, I was even abandoned by my family, and not just once, but twice. Yuan revealed this to them. What? Your family threw you away? What kind of idiot parents would throw such a cultivation genius away? Feng Yuxiang blurted out without thinking, as it was simply that shocking. Even Xiao Hua had her mouth wide open from shock. If the world knew that a family had thrown an 18-year-old spirit grandmaster away regardless of the situation, that family would become the world's biggest laughingstock in history. Now that Yuan's talents have been revealed to the lower heavens through the mystic realm, literally every large family out there, including the 7 legacy families, are trying to recruit him at all cost. To think one would throw away a treasure that everyone would kill for, even idiots wouldn't do such a thing. Is that why you don't like talking about your background? I fully understand it now, young master. Feng Yuxiang said, misunderstanding the situation. I used to be a cripple who couldn't even feed myself, and I could only lie on the bed all day long and have someone feed me and do everything else a normal person would be capable of with ease. And being in that state, I was nothing but a burden to my family, so they threw me away. Yuan sighed. Oh. I didn't know that. I apologize for my rude suggestion just now, young master. But at least you managed to overcome your misfortune. Feng Yuxiang said with an innocent smile on her face. Seeing Yuan completely functional and a peak talent at this moment, one can only assume that he has fully recovered from his crippled state. Well. A bitter smile appeared on Yuan's face. He was only functional in this world. In the other one. Not so much. Although he is making progress, he is still far away from fully recovering. Anyways, enough about me. Disciple Min is the one who needs help right now. What should I do? What can I do in this situation? Yuan quickly changed the subject back to Meili. You can destroy the Min family. Feng Yuxiang suggested again. Yuan looked at her with a frown on his face. Stop joking, Feng. I am being serious here. Feng Yuxiang wanted to say that she wasn't joking, as destroying the Min family would efficiently solve most of the problems. I don't kill when I say destroy. Forget it. She didn't want to anger Yuan anymore, so she kept her mouth shut. After a moment of silence, Lan Yingying spoke. Can't she just leave her family? That would solve most of her problems. But if she wants to rely on her family to ascend, there's really no way we can help her, unfortunately. Brother Yuan could help her ascend if he really wants to. Xiao Hua suddenly said, causing everyone there to turn their head and look at her. Chapter 398 Increased Difficulty. Xiao Hua, surely, you're not suggesting the young master bring that girl to the spirit heaven through the stairway to heaven, right? Feng Yuxiang asked her with a look of disbelief on her face. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Brother Yuan, there is one method that allows an individual, or a few to ascend to the next heaven without needing to pass the stairway to heaven. Really? Tell me about it. Yuan quickly said. However, Xiao Hua must warn Brother Yuan that this method isn't recommended, and nobody does it for a good reason. Xiao Hua said. And she continued, a single person climbing the stairway to heaven can bring at most 9 people with him, and as long as this person passes all of the trials, all 9 people including the climber will be able to ascend to the spirit heaven. In other words, Brother Yuan can bring 9 people with him to the spirit heaven. However, every single person you bring will tremendously increase the difficulty of your trials, making the already seemingly impossible challenge even harder, and the more people you bring, the harder it will only become, hence why nobody uses this method. You're essentially doing the trials for them. Huh? Does this mean I am already bringing 3 people with me because I obviously cannot leave you 3 in the lower heaven while I ascend myself? Yuan then asked. Xiao Hua nodded, yes and no. Xiao Hua and the phoenix came from the upper heavens, so we can actually ascend through the stairway to heaven without doing any trials. But we're staying down here due to our own reasons. What about Yingying? She was born in the mystic realm that is in the lower heaven. Miss Snake will have to pass the trials in order to ascend to the next heaven since she was born in the lower heaven, but because she is Brother Yuan's servant that's bound by a heavenly contract, she will not increase the difficulty of your trials as much as an ordinary person who isn't your servant would, and she won't take up a slot, so you can still bring 9 other people with you including us. Xiao Hua explained to him. I see. Indeed, I can use this method to bring Disciple Min to the spirit heaven, allowing her to leave her family since she will no longer have to rely on them to ascend. Furthermore, I can even bring you Robe and Meili with me. Yuan mumbled as he turned to look at Meili. Of course, he wouldn't leave them behind while he personally ascends. Everyone there turned to look at Meili. Feng Yuxiang then spoke, while I understand it if the young master wants to support Meili and you Robe, I don't think I like the idea of bringing Meili because a single person will already increase the difficulty of your trials, much less 3. And what if you decide to help another person in the future? That's even more of a burden on you, young master. I think I will be fine even if I support 3 people. What's the worst that can happen? If I fail the trials, can't I just take it again? Yuan asked. Well, you can. But you can only challenge the stairway to heaven once every 4 years if you fail. And wasting 4 whole years in the lower heaven when you can be improving your cultivation base in a place with better resources. It's truly a waste of time and talent, especially in your case, young master. In my opinion, 4 years of your time is worth as much as 40,000 years to others if not even more. Feng Yuxiang said. Xiao Hua agrees with the phoenix. Brother Yuan's time and talent are incredibly precious. You cannot afford to waste 4 years down here. It hasn't even been half a year since you started cultivating and you're already a spirit grandmaster. Xiao Hua cannot even imagine what you'll become in 4 years if you continue to grow. Lan Yingying and Feng Yuxiang turned to look at Xiao Hua. It hasn't been half a year since Yuan started cultivating? How is that even remotely possible? Maybe it might be possible in the upper heavens where the spiritual energy is much better, but in the lower heavens, such abnormal growth shouldn't be possible. Anyways, if I fail, then it is what it is. That means I'm not good enough and I wasn't destined to ascend. It's only 4 years of my life. However, if Disciple Min fails, her entire life might be destroyed. Yuan said. Then he realized something. Oh, right. What if I ascend to spirit heaven alone and then come down to the lower heaven like Senior Nya, bringing people with me to the spirit heaven that way? Yuan asked. That might not work. Xiao Hua shook her head. Why not? In order to come down to the lower heaven, or descending from any heaven, one must acquire the permission to do so by the Lord of that heaven, and that is not something you can easily obtain, especially if you just enter the spirit heaven. Feng Yuxiang said to him. Lord of each heaven? Like a ruler? Xiao Hua nodded. In each heaven, besides the lower heaven, there is a true ruler who oversees the entire world. Without his or her permission, you will not be able to descend, and even if you obtain permission, you must have enough resources to come down. Feng Yuxiang then continued, think of it this way, young master. That spirit king who came down from the spirit heaven needed help from all 7 spirit academies to bring 3 people with him to the spirit heaven. You can only imagine the enormous amount of resources required to bring even a single person, much less 3. So it's easier to bring them up through the first method, huh? Okay. I have decided. I will bring them up with me through the stairway to heaven. Yuan spoke in a resolute voice. Chapter 399 You can rely on me. If that's Brother Yuan's decision, Xiao Hua will support it. Xiao Hua said to him. Thank you, Xiao Hua. I'll go speak with Disciple Min now and see what she thinks, Yuan said before going outside and knocking on her door. The young master is really selfless, huh? If it were any other cultivator, they wouldn't be so generous. When was the last time someone offered another individual a carry through the stairway to heaven? I don't even remember. Feng Yuxiang sighed. Sometimes I feel like the young master is too kind. It'll only be harsher for him in the future when everything comes falling down on him. Xiao Hua won't let that happen. Xiao Hua suddenly said. Feng Yuxiang looked at her and said, I don't mean to offend you, but even if you're a spirit king, you're only invincible in the lower heaven, and maybe even the spirit heaven. However, anything above that, you won't be able to do anything to help him if he gets into any trouble. In fact, the young master will easily surpass us. Xiao Hua remained silent for a moment before speaking in a calm voice. Xiao Hua has her methods to protect Brother Yuan even if we go to the upper heavens. It was Feng Yuxiang's turn to be speechless. Now that she thinks about it, she doesn't know anything about Xiao Hua's background or how she's able to remain in the lower heaven despite being a spirit king. Well, as long as the young master helps me weaken the curse, I will be able to regain my sealed strength, so I will be able to protect him in the future even if we're in the upper heavens. Feng Yuxiang said in a prideful voice, almost like she was bragging to Xiao Hua that she was confident about protecting Yuan. Xiao Hua looked at her with a calm look. and she suddenly asked, "What will happen if you restore your cultivation base now while we're in the lower heaven? Will you be forced to go back to the upper heavens?" Ugh. Feng Yuxiang was left speechless once again, as she had never thought about this until Xiaohua mentioned it. It would be bad if she restores her cultivation base while Yuan is still in the lower heaven, as that would mean she'll have to be separated from him. And maybe I should not drink too much of his blood until he ascends just to be safe. She mumbled. Of course, Lan Yingying was completely confused about the situation, as she didn't know Feng Yuxiang or Xiaohua enough to enter the conversation, feeling a bit left out. Meanwhile, outside Min Li's living quarters, Yuan knocked on her doors. "Disciple Yuan? What's the matter?" Min Li raised her eyebrows, as she didn't expect to see him so soon again. "I have a solution to your problem," he quickly said. "Really? Please. Tell me." Min Li's eyes flickered with anticipation. "I think you should leave that family." Yuan gave it to her straight and without beating around the bush. "Huh?" Min Li's eyes immediately widened. "You want me to leave the Min family?" "If I do that, I won't be able to ascend to the spirit heaven. At least that is my best chance of doing so," she said. "It's okay, you can rely on me," Yuan then said, dumbfounding her even more. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I will help you ascend to spirit heaven," he quickly responded. "How?" she mumbled in a dazed voice. "I will be taking you with me through the stairway to heaven," he said. "Why you will? But won't that make your trials much harder? Are you sure you want to bring me with you?" Min Li asked. Yuan nodded, "Yes, I don't mind. This is the only solution I can think of that will help your situation. I cannot join the Min family, so your family will definitely punish you for it, meaning your chances of ascending will probably be 0. However, if you leave that family, you'll have a greater chance of ascending with me. I cannot promise you that we are guaranteed to ascend successfully, but I will definitely try my best to take all of us to the spirit heaven." "All of us? Will there be others coming with us?" "Yes. I also want to bring my sister and Meishio with me to spirit heaven." Yuan nodded. "That's 3 people. Are you sure you can take all of us through the stairway to heaven?" "I know you're very talented, but 3 people are." Min Li suddenly stopped there and turned silent. At this rate, she will not only be unable to ascend but shall most likely get kicked out of the family if not sold to another family, so the best choice was definitely to rely on Yuan, who is currently being called the #1 genius in the lower heaven by many people. Furthermore, at least she will have a chance to ascend if she's with him. If she stays with her family, she might not even survive the next few years. I don't want to be a burden to you," she muttered in a low voice. As much as she wanted to rely on him, she had her own pride, and completely relying on someone to ascend was difficult to accept. Although she has been relying on her family, at least she had to work for it. "How about this, disciple Yuan? I will challenge the stairway to heaven first, and if I don't succeed, I will rely on you at that time," Min Lin suddenly suggested. "At least I can say that I tried," she added. Yuan nodded, "Sounds good." Min Li lifted her head and stared at the clear blue sky. "I didn't think I'd leave the Min family in such a fashion," she sighed. Sometime later, she asked Yuan, "When do you plan on challenging the stairway to heaven?" "Honestly, I have no idea, but it probably won't happen until a few months down the line." "I'm sorry if that's too long." "A few months only? That's fast," Min Li exclaimed, to Yuan's surprise. Chapter 400. Let your body do the talking. Fast? A few months is fast? Yuan asked her. Of course. I was expecting at least a few years. Min Li quickly said. A few years? That's too long. Yuan exclaimed. I won't even be a spirit master in a few months. I cannot challenge the stairway to heaven with such a low cultivation base. That'll be akin to suicide, she said to him. Yuan pondered. Looks like you'll have to just rely on me in the end, he chuckled. It's okay. It's nothing to be ashamed about. There will be times when you need someone's help regardless of your situation. Meili sighed after hearing his words. Whatever. I guess you'll figure it out when you're actually about to challenge the stairway to heaven. Now I have to worry about how I should leave the Min family, she said. Can't you just tell them that you're leaving the family? I left my own family without even telling them. Yuan said to her. What? You left your family? Meili looked at him with wide eyes after learning this unexpected news. Yuan nodded and said, well, they were going to disown me, and I merely decided to leave before that. Why did you leave your family, if you don't mind me asking? It's simple, I was no longer useful to them, so they kicked me out. Our families are similar in the way that they both only accept perfection. If I make any mistakes during competitions, even if I won the competition, I would be scolded and punished for it. And now that I am no longer of any use to them, they decided to discard me. I'm sorry to hear that. Meili said to him. Don't be sorry. It's not your fault. But even if I want to leave the family, it's not as simple as it sounds. As a member of the 7 legacy families, I cannot simply leave the family without permission, and most of the time, people who wish to leave the family must have their cultivation base crippled before they are allowed to leave. Meili said. And she continued, if I leave without their permission, I will become a deserter, and they will hunt me down and kill me. What the heck? Yuan said in a shocked voice. They would kill you just for leaving the family without permission? How is that even allowed? Yuan said. When you're powerful enough, everything is allowed. Feng Yuxiang's voice suddenly resounded behind him. The laws of mortals do not apply to the strong, she continued. Why you are? Meili was surprised by the sudden appearance of Feng Yuxiang, whom she has never seen before. I'm the young master's servant, she responded in a proud manner. A servant? Meili mumbled in a dazed voice. Anyways, I have a suggestion, young master. Feng Yuxiang said. You're not going to tell me to destroy her family so that she could leave safely, right? Yuan looked at her with narrowed eyes. Ha, of course not. Feng Yuxiang laughed with a stiff smile on her face. I was going to say if the young master shows up at their doorsteps and demands them to give you this young lady here, they might hand her over without any hassle, she continued. What? That's simple? Will it really work? Yuan asked, doubting her suggestion and completely oblivious to the meaning behind her words. Feng Yuxiang nodded, you just need to act a little aggressive and domineering. There won't be any violence if you do it properly. I see. That does sound like a good idea. Yuan nodded. Wait. Meili, however, realized what Feng Yuxiang was suggesting to Yuan and immediately flushed with redness. Don't worry, disciple Min. I will do my best to convince them to let you leave the family. Yuan said to her. Meili gave up and said, when will you be able to do it? They'll keep asking me for updates until I recruit you. Can you stall them? I have to enter the Dragon Temple in a few days so I cannot go too far. Yuan said. Stall them? But how? Meili suddenly realized something and mumbled, wait a second. I can simply tell them that you've entered closed cultivation and that I cannot speak with you until you're finished. This should get them off my back for a while since they'll assume that the other families would also be unable to approach you. Closed cultivation? Yuan raised his eyebrows. It's when a cultivator isolates themselves to prepare for a big breakthrough or when someone simply wants to focus on cultivating. It's an unspoken rule in the cultivation world that one cannot bother someone in closed cultivation, almost a taboo. Feng Yuxiang explained to him. I see. I will be entering the Dragon Temple soon, and I most likely won't be able to speak with anyone while I am inside, so you can probably tell them that I'm in closed cultivation. Alright, I will tell them that later. Meili nodded. Sometime later, before Yuan returned to his own living quarters, Meili bowed to him and said, "Thank you for everything, disciple Yuan. I will definitely repay you in the future for everything. Don't worry about it. I will always be willing to help a fellow friend out." Yuan said. "A friend." Meili mumbled to herself as she watched Yuan return to his home. Once the day was coming to an end, Meili messaged her family and told them about Yuan's closed cultivation. Although her family was unhappy about it at first, they were not completely unreasonable and did not ask Meili to disturb Yuan's closed cultivation to recruit him, as that would definitely have the opposite effect. Therefore, they reluctantly accepted the situation and said to her, "Just because he's in closed cultivation doesn't mean you can slack off. Use this time to prepare yourself and think about what you need to say to him. If you cannot think of anything to say, just let your body do all of the talking. He may be a cultivation prodigy, but he's also a man. You were blessed with your mother's good looks, so put it to good use." "Yes, father." Meili responded with a calm look on her face. Chapter 401 Dragon Fissure. After returning to his home, Yuan decided to relax in his own living quarters for the next couple of days so that Meili's lie to her family would work. During this time, he would play music on the soul and snaring zither for the others. "Wow, my lord, I didn't know you could play the zither. And you're so talented with it." Lan Yingying was gobsmacked by Yuan's musical talents that had instantly mesmerized her. And the more she listened, the more she craved. "No matter how many times I listen to it, it'll never get old." Thong Yuxiang mumbled. Meanwhile, Meishio stared at Yuan playing the zither with a profound look on her face. It was such an odd feeling to see Yuan playing the instrument again, almost like she had suddenly traveled to the past where Yuan would play some music for her whenever she felt down. Thus, for the next few days, Yuan would play the zither while surrounded by beauties on all sides. One day before the Dragon Temple opens, Yuan heard a knock on the door. "Xian Wuhan." Yuan was greeted by her at the door. "Hey, Yuan. I got some free time so I'm here to congratulate you. I know it's a little late, but congratulations on winning first place for the Mystic Realm and obtaining the Obsidian Dragon Medallion." "Thank you. Anyways, did you get to speak with Disciple Min? She was looking for you before, and she even came knocking on my door to see if I knew where you were." "Yes, I have spoken with her." Yuan nodded. "Is everything okay? If you need my help, just let me know." "Everything is fine for now." "That's good to hear. By the way, do you have any plans tomorrow or the day after? Want to hang out?" She then asked him. "Sorry, but I will be entering the Dragon Temple tomorrow, so I won't be able to play with you," Yuan said with an apologetic smile on his face. "What? The Dragon Temple? How lucky, but it's not unexpected, considering your contributions to the sect. I hope you'll find some good treasures inside." Sometime later, Xian Wuhan left his place. "I'll see you after the Dragon Temple, Yuan," she said to him before leaving. The following day, Long Yijuan summoned Yuan through the communication jade slip. "Welcome, Disciple Yuan. Are you ready to enter the Dragon Temple?" Long Yijuan asked him. "I am ready." Yuan immediately nodded. "Good. Follow me." Long Yijuan proceeded to take Yuan to an isolated area in the Dragon Essence Temple. "This is an earth fissure?" Yuan was surprised by the location, as they stood before a massive earth fissure that was miles long and was so deep that one couldn't see the ground from the top. "This is the Dragon Fissure, and somewhere at the bottom is the Dragon Temple. However, before you are allowed to go inside, you must have a pass." Long Yijuan then brought him to this small hut that was a couple of minutes away. Inside this small hut was completely empty besides a golden magic circle on the ground. This magic circle was obviously a formation. "Before I give you the Dragon Temple key, can you call out the experts? Only one person can carry the key at any given time." Long Yijuan said. "HM? Does this mean they cannot enter the Dragon Temple with me?" Yuan asked. Unfortunately, the Dragon Temple only allows one person to enter at a time. Long Yuan nodded. I see. Sorry guys, you'll have to wait for me. A moment later, 3 beauties appeared around Yuan. Don't worry about it, brother Yuan. Good luck in there, young master. Make sure you empty out all of the treasures inside. Thong Yuxiang said. Stay safe in there, my lord. Lan Yingying said. Sometime later, once Yuan stood on the golden formation, Long Yuan activated it. Yuan could feel a warm feeling enveloping his body as this golden orb of light suddenly appeared from the formation and entered his body. You have obtained Dragon Temple Key. Dragon Temple Key, description, allows you to enter the Dragon Temple and the Dragon Essence Temple. Follow me. It'll bring you to the Dragon Temple. Long Yuan said to him afterward. Yuan then followed Long Yuan to the edge of the Dragon Fissure. Let me explain to you how this works before I open the Dragon Temple, since you only have a short window to enter the temple once it's opened. Long Yuan said to him. And he continued, the Dragon Fissure itself is the entrance to the Dragon Temple. However, you won't be inside the Dragon Temple until you enter the Dragon Gates, and you have exactly 10 seconds to jump into the fissure once I open it. Once you are before the Dragon Gates, it will examine your talents and see whether you qualify to enter or not. Do you understand? I understand. Yuan nodded. Good, then I will open the Dragon Fissure now. Remember to jump in when I tell you to. After taking a deep breath, Long Yuan retrieved a couple of treasures from his spatial ring before tossing it down the Dragon Fissure. A few moments later, the Dragon Fissure began emitting a golden light from the bottom that gradually increased in brightness. Once the light peaked, Long Yuan said loudly, Go. Hearing Long Yijian's signal, Yuan didn't hesitate to jump inside the massive fissure that would undoubtedly terrify many people. Yuan fell without any sign of ending, almost like had jumped into an endless hole. After what felt like a few minutes of freefall, Yuan could suddenly see a world of clouds at the bottom with a yellow and orange background, and what appeared to be a golden temple that had a dragon statue coiling around the entire building. Right before he landed on the floor, a mysterious power stopped his fall without injuring him. Once his foot touched the floor made of clouds that resembled the ancient dragon city, Yuan approached this golden temple that emitted an unfathomable aura. As he approached the Dragon Temple, a profound and familiar voice resounded from every direction. Welcome to the Dragon Temple, human. The Great One. Yuan smiled after hearing this familiar voice. Chapter 402. A monster has been born. You recognize this Great One? The Great One sounded a little surprised when Yuan suddenly mumbled its name. Of course. This isn't our first meeting. You probably don't remember because they were all separate illusions. Yuan said. Interesting. After a moment of silence, the Great One spoke. Come closer, human. I want you to look into my eyes. The eyes on the dragon statue suddenly began glowing golden. Yuan approached the door and stared at the glowing eyes with a calm look on his face. The next moment, almost as though someone had covered his eyes from behind, Yuan's vision blackened. A few seconds later, Yuan could see light appearing from above, causing him to look up. When he looked up, a massive golden eyeball that was larger than a star gazed down on him like a sun. This situation made Yuan recall the time he spent in the starry sky inside his mind at the Tablet of Comprehension. However, there were no stars here, only a single eyeball that felt awfully realistic. I will be looking into your memories now, human. Before Yuan could even respond, the Great One's sharp pupil contracted, and it began peeking into Yuan's memories. Interesting. You do not belong to the 9 heavens. The Great One spoke in a profound voice. Yuan wondered just how much of his memories the Great One saw. Should I call you Yuan, or you Tian? The Great One suddenly said, bewildering Yuan greatly. Why, you can call me Yuan, he subconsciously answered. Then Yuan, what do you hope to achieve or obtain in my Dragon Temple? The Great One then asked, and it continued, do you want the treasures inside? Are you hoping to gain enlightenment? Is it my legacy that you seek? Honestly, I am mostly here for the experience. I am fine even if I don't obtain any treasures inside or gain enlightenment. As for the legacy, I am definitely interested in it. Yuan said. The Great One remained silent for a few moments before speaking. Truthfully speaking, your talents are too high, and the Dragon Temple wasn't created with someone of your caliber in mind, as you would simply clear all of the trials with ease, so I am hesitant to let you go inside. The Great One normally wouldn't hesitate to let someone enter the Dragon Temple even if that person was very talented, as preventing talented individuals from entering would make the Dragon Temple's purpose completely pointless. However, Yuan was on another level. He was simply so talented that even the Great One hesitated to let him inside. After all, if it lets Yuan enter, he would, without any doubt, clear out all of the treasures in the Dragon Temple with ease, almost like taking candy from a baby, and that would be problematic. I would normally be ecstatic to find such a talented individual, but you. I cannot see your future. Is it abnormal that you cannot see my future? Yuan asked the Great One, as it should be the other way around, that it's abnormal for one to see another's future. The dragon's gaze is more than just an offensive technique. It has the capabilities to do so much more if fully mastered, and seeing the future is one of them. The Great One revealed, shocking Yuan. Does this mean he would be able to see the future if he continues to practice the dragon's gaze? Anyways, it is abnormal that I cannot see your future. If you were an immortal or have a unique bloodline, it would make sense that I cannot see your future, but you are merely a cultivator in the spirit grandmaster realm. The Great One said. And it continued, there are only a few instances where I cannot see one's future. 1. If they're an immortal or stronger. 2. If they possess the bloodline of a god. And lastly, if they have an unknown destiny. Unknown destiny. I have an unknown destiny, at least that's what I was told. Yuan said. That explains why I cannot see your future. What should I do now if I cannot enter the Dragon Temple? Yuan then asked. I never said you cannot enter. I am still thinking about how I should handle this. The Great One said, feeling a little awkward, as it has never been put into such a situation before. Take your time, Yuan said to it. A few minutes of silence later, the Great One spoke again. Since you're only here for the experience, I won't take that away from you. However, you are only allowed to do 3 trials. Okay. Yuan quickly accepted. And he continued, what about the treasury room and the legacy? I was given this key to the treasury room by the other you, and I was even told to obtain the legacy. You may go to the treasury room and obtain the legacy since you have already earned it. I see. Thank you, Great One. Yuan said. The next moment, Yuan returned to the cloudy scenery and the Dragon Temple. I will open the door for you now. Remember, only 3 trials. The Great One's voice resounded for the final time. Once the door opened, Yuan was greeted by a portal on the other side. Yuan didn't think too much and stepped into this portal, disappearing from the place. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 9 heavens, 2 figures sat before a Shangqi board. One of them was an old man with long white hair neatly tied behind his back, whilst the other person was a handsome man with long golden hair flowing down his back like a waterfall. What's the matter? Are you ready to forfeit this match? The old man spoke with a smirk on his face after seeing the other individual not move for a long time. The handsome man suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. What's the matter? Why are you smiling like that? There will finally be some entertainment in the 9 heavens, said the handsome man. What? The old man raised his eyebrows, clearly puzzled about the handsome man's words. The handsome man then turned to look at the empty horizon and said, a monster has been born. I cannot wait to see how hell affect the 9 heavens, if he survives long enough. Chapter 403 Guest at the Dragon Essence Temple. A monster? The old man sitting at the Shangqi board raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner. That's really funny coming from a monster such as yourself. Who is this individual? Someone from the ninth heaven? The old man then asked. No, he's someone not related to the 9 heavens, and he's currently in the first heaven, the lower heaven. The man with the golden hair said. Lower heaven? It's been a very long time since I've heard of that place. The old man mumbled. Anyways, how talented is this individual? He continued. I don't know, said the handsome man. I mean, I don't know the full extent of his talents. However, if I had to compare him with someone, it'd probably be the demon Sealing clan's ancestor. What? This individual is comparable to that monster who ate his way to the peak. How is that even possible? That man is one of kind and has no equal. The old man doubted the handsome man. The handsome man turned around with a profound smile on his face, and he spoke in a calm voice. Who said he was comparable to the ancestor? This young monster might be even crazier than the ancestor. The old man stared at him with a stunned face, and after a moment of pure silence, he burst out laughing. Someone even more talented than that monster who single-handedly annihilated the entire demon clan that once ruled the entire 9 heavens? Have you finally gone senile, my friend? The handsome man continued to smile despite the old man's mocking words, and he said, Don't tell me I didn't warn you in the future. Whatever. The old man shrugged, and he continued, Anyways, what about our match? If you don't want to continue playing, it'll be my victory and your loss. The handsome man then returned to his seat and said, My loss? I don't lose, the Great One doesn't lose. Meanwhile, back in the Dragon Temple, after entering the portal, Yuan was transported to what appeared to be inside a large city underneath a dark sky that had countless flickering stars, giving the place natural but subtle brightness. This is the Dragon Temple? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as he didn't expect the place to be a city. However, there was something weird about this city. It was too empty and quiet even if it was late into the night, almost like nobody else was there. What should I do here? Yuan looked around for clues. The first thing he noticed was the numbers counting down in the sky, and the next thing that stood out was this massive dragon statue very far in the distance. 167:59:10. If the numbers are how long I have left in this place, then I have 7 days to explore this place, but where should I go first? After pondering for a moment, Yuan decided to head for the dragon statue, as he recalled the Great One telling him that he would be able to find its legacy there. Once I take a look at his legacy, I will try to find the treasure room. With that in mind, Yuan began making his way to the dragon statue by flying there. And the more of the city he saw, the more clear it was to him that he was alone in this city. Meanwhile, shortly after Yuan entered the dragon fissure, Feng Yuxiang asked Long Yijuan, How long will the young master have inside the dragon temple? That will depend on the dragon temple itself. It might only allow him to stay inside for a few days, or it could let him wander for a whole month. I cannot really say how long he'll be inside, I'm sorry. I see. Long Yijuan suddenly retrieved a small toy-like house and tossed it on the ground. The house grew in size until it was the size of a large house, and it was the same house he used at the Mystic Realm. You ladies can stay in this building in the meantime. I won't be able to stay here for too long since I have a lot of work to do. Tell disciple Yuan to contact me once he comes out. Long Yijuan said to them. Thank you. Feng Yuxiang said. Sometime later, Long Yijuan left the scene and returned to the sect master's headquarters, where a couple of figures could be seen gathered outside the door. Most of these people were sect elders, but one of these figures didn't look to be part of the Dragon Essence Temple, and they were even wearing a veil. Sect Master, you have a guest. The sect elders there immediately said to him the moment they noticed him. The veiled figure suddenly stepped forward and lifted the veil covering her beautiful face. Long Yijuan was taken aback when he recognized this face. Sect Master Song? What are you doing here? Long Yijuan asked her. I'm here to speak with disciple Yuan, she said in a calm voice. You still haven't given up on that? Long Yijuan shook his head. Obviously, had heard from Elder Shan and Elder Xian about Song Linger's desire to take disciple Yuan as her own disciple after what happened at the zither competition. I will never give up on someone with such gifted hands and talent for music, Song Linger said. Long Yijuan sighed and turned to look at the sect elders there. You guys can leave. I will handle things from here. Yes, sect master. The sect elders bowed to them before leaving the scene. Let's talk inside, Long Yijuan said as he entered the building. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Disciple Yuan. You may be the sect master, but Disciple Yuan's decision is what matters the most, Song Linger said to him. Well, unfortunately for you, Disciple Yuan isn't available right now, so you'll have to speak with me instead, Long Yijuan said. Where is he then? I can go to him instead. That's impossible since he's technically not in the sect. Long Yijuan shrugged. What? Then where'd he go? Who knows? Che. Song Linger sucked her teeth before following Long Yijuan inside the building. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.